needs a complete structure, or I should say a complete data structure, a complete record. And this complete record is called as Pakistan Cricket Board. Process control block. It is called as process descriptor also. And what is process descriptor? Collection of attributes of processes. Fine. So few points I would like to tell you here. First of all, one PCB for each process. So if 15 processes are there in the running, 15 PCBs will be there in the operating system's control. I'll explain you here. So if you talk about the storage of all these things in the memory, in the main memory system, you know what happens? Look at this. This is the operating system area. And here we have processes P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, and so on. When I told you in this P1 part, what is there? Do we have code section? Yes. Data section? Yes. Stat? Yes. Heap? Yes. Do we have PCB inside it? No. No, 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 no. Code section? Yes. Data section? Yes. Stat? Yes. Heap? Yes. Do we have PCB inside it? No. No, 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 no. PCB is there in operating systems control. So PCB will be where? PCB will be in the operating systems control. PCB of process P1, PCB of process P2, and so on. Last PCB of process P5. All the PCBs will be under the operating system's protected area. This is the operating systems area. Here, no any other process can access this memory space at all. No one. Not at all possible. Process while executing, if P1 is executing, P1 can access only this much memory, whatever is given to this. Can P1 process access its own PCB content? No. Can you access your account information in your college? No. You can see, just that's it. Nothing. You cannot access it. Otherwise, you will change your 12th college number or your last semester marks. University will just show you the reports, nothing else. You cannot access those informations from university, how many marks you scored. No, you can't. Why? Just because these PCBs are the controlling blocks. Operating system uses these PCBs so that operating system can control the processes by these PCBs. So this PCB will be in the operating system's control. And will not be accessible by the processes. When P1 is running, P1 can access only own space allocated to it, nothing apart from that, nor even PCB of its own. But why PCB is needed? To control the processes. Okay, I'll take a breathing break. I guess I'm talking a lot. In PCB, anyone having any doubt? Only in PCB. However, as many as students we are having nowadays, all those students from new faculty, every second some collection, not a queue or stack like data structure. You can have a table like data structure, maybe a queue over here to maintain all the PCBs. Yes, half से भी कम हो गए थे और यहाँ भी वैसा ही होगा. Okay, let me come up with the more details. There are few things, yes, GPR and other things are pending. I'll tell you what happens. General purpose register. GPR is general purpose register. PC is program counter. Okay. List of devices means when a process runs, it might possible that that process needs some devices. Like right now I'm running a process Google Chrome, and that particular Chrome is using my camera here, this one. That's a device my Chrome process is using. Why? Just to show my image to you guys. So what is the device? List of devices will contain what are the devices occupied by this particular process to run. Camera will be one of them. So when a process runs, it might possible that process will need some devices or use those devices. List of all those devices will be there. Okay, now we need to understand this. When a process will be there in PCB, why we keep the program counter or other general purpose register or other register content? Why to keep it? Okay, before we keep that or before we think about this, we need to understand a very simple definition called as state. Why to keep it? Process will be there in PCB. Why we keep the program counter or other general purpose register or other register content? Why to keep it? Okay, before we keep that or before we think about this, we need to understand a very simple definition called as context. What is the meaning of context? Context is the content of a PCB. What is stored in the PCB? Example. For example, Suppose we have a PCB of a process P1 inside operating system and its process ID is 1. Currently, the name of the process is, let's say, ABC. Type of the process is background process. The first value is 1, second value is ABC, third value is background, next value is 3, next value is 40 MB. Limit, memory limit can be addressed from here to here, list of devices, something. But these values can change now. Not all, but few values, of course, can change. Yes, might possible after some time the priority of process may change. Might possible after some time size of process may change. Yes, for sure. Might possible. Might possible the location of process may change. So memory limit may change. Might possible the group Google Chrome, once I will stop this particular class, my camera will not be occupied by this Google Chrome. So list of devices will change. Yes. So at the current moment, what is the content of PCB? At the current moment, what is the content? Content means the values inside the PCB. It is called as context. It is called as of PCB. Google Chrome. So list of devices will change. Yes. So at the current moment, what is the content of PCB? At the current moment, what is the content? Content means the values inside the PCB. It is called as context. It is called as context. So 1 ABC, background 340 MB, these values inside the PCB collectively known as a context. Clear? Sure. Now, I will have some interactive study. We will talk about only this topic. I will just ask few questions and you will have to just answer me what exactly I am asking. Suppose there is a running process in CPU. If there is an interrupt, or anything, there is an interrupt or any reason because of which the current running process will have to stop. And I will have to run some other process. If I have to stop current process and I will have to run another process, then let's say if I have stopped a process right now because of some reason, if the same process I will run again, let's say if I have stopped a process right now, because of some reason, If the same process I will run again, then I will restart the process or resume the process. Because of some reason, if the same process I will run again, then I will restart the process or resume the process. Okay, now I am asking again a same type of question. You are learning a course from recorded lecture series. You have learned lecture number 2 completely. You are in lecture number 3 and you have completed almost 40 minutes of lecture, and suddenly something happens that you will have to stop that particular lecture. You will have to switch somewhere else. Now, what happens if you will have to switch somewhere else? If you will come back from that switch, you will resume your lecture from that 40 minutes onwards, or you will restart from the lecture number 1? Of course, you will resume. But to resume, you need to remember now from where you will have to resume. Yes, after 40 minutes or something. Yes. If you are stopping a process and you are saying that if that process comes back to CPU for running, then what happens? That what I am telling you is, listen, yes, my system will have to, remember that from where I will have to resume the process. Understood? So look at this. Look at this. Just listen only, nothing else, and you will understand everything. Currently, process P1 is executing. So when P1 process is executing, I guess you should know this. Within the CPU, we have so many registers. So when P1 process is executing, I guess you should know this. Within the CPU, we have so many registers. General purpose registers and special purpose registers. So that we can run the process P1. Okay, so CPU has one register called as program counter, which gives us next instructions address. Then we have accumulator, we have status register, we have address register, and so many such registers we have, including general purpose registers also. General purpose registers R1, R2, R3 to keep the general data. Now you are saying, I want to stop P1 process. I want to stop P1 process. And I want to run some other process. If you want to stop P1 process, P1 is not completed. P1 is not completed. I will run back P1 again. If you will run back P1 again, then you will need the same value of program counter register as the current one. You will need same accumulator value. You will need same status register value. You will need all these values as it is. But you cannot keep that value intact right now here. Why? Just because you are saying I will have to stop P1 and I will bring some other process in CPU. If you will bring other process in CPU, that other process ki all these values will take over. Of P1 and I will bring some other process in CPU. If you will bring other process in CPU, that other process ki all these values will take over. Yes. So what we need to do? We need to save these values somewhere. We need to save these values somewhere. Complete all the values, yes. Within the CPU, so we don't have any option just because every CPU's content only I'll have to save. Yes. So what we need to do? Just learn. Do not predict anything. अभी आपको कुछ नहीं पता है तो prediction zero रखो. Just listen. What I'm saying is, when a process is stopped, it's all the register content will be taken out from the CPU and will be copied in its PCB. Taken zero रखो. Just listen. What I'm saying is, when a process is stopped, it's all the register content will be taken out from the CPU and will be copied in its PCB. And for that, we do have the space within the PCB. Look at this. We have space for PC, we have general purpose register ka space, and every empty space we have made. So whenever we will stop a process before termination, we will bring the PC value here. In the PCB, we will have a section only for PC ka value. Within the PCB, look. And for that, it's PCB. And for that, we do have the space within the PCB. Look at this. We have space for PC, we have general purpose register ka space, and every empty space we have made. So whenever we will in the PCB, we look at this, we have space for PC, we have general purpose register ka space, and every empty space we have made. So whenever we will stop a process before termination, we will bring the PC value here. In the PCB, we will have a section only for PC ka value. We will keep that value over there. We will have one section only for accumulator. We will bring the PC value here in every empty space we have made. So whenever we will stop a process before termination, we will bring the PC value here. In the PCB, we will have a section only for PC ka value. We will keep that value over there. We will have one section only for accumulator. We will have some section only for status register ka content. We will have one space only for AR, and we will have empty section. Yes, sections are there in this PCB to keep each and every individual register's value over there. And why we did? Just because we wanted to only stop P1 for the temporary basis. And why we did? Just because we wanted to only stop P1 for the temporary basis. If again P1 will try to run, then I should resume it from the current state. Even for the temporary basis. If again P1 will try to run, then I should resume it from the current state. And for that, I want it to store its current state somewhere, and where I will do it, we will do it in the memory in the PCB of that process. And who does this? No one else can do apart from the boss. Do it in zoom it from the current state, and for that I wanted to store its current state somewhere, and where I will do it, we will do it in the memory in the PCB of that process. And who does this? No one else can do apart from the boss. So if any need comes, then what happens? Operating system will bring all the register content from CPU and will copy those content in PCB of that P1 process. Now, operating system wants that I have stopped the process P1, so some other process so I will have to run. Let's say OS wants to run process P2 in CPU next. By stopping P1, why P1 is stopped in between? Just because need was to run operating system wanted to run another process P2. If operating system wants to run another process P2, what happens? To start process P2, we need a program counter value, we need some general purpose register value, we need some accumulator value, something. Something from where these values will come. You know the answer now. Arey, wow, 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 wow. We have all these values in the PCB of P2. So OS will do what? Current process is stopped. It's all the register content copied into PCB. So OS will do what? Current process is stopped. It's all the register content copied into PCB, and other process P2 whose inside content will be stopped. It's all the register content copied into PCB, and other process P2's inside content will be copied to each and every register. Hence, that P2 process can go further. Yes, copied to each and every register. Hence, that P2 process can go further. Yes, the content of PCB is called as what? Context. And we are doing what? This context, this is the context, the content, current content of a process context. That context will go from CPU to PCB. Other context will go from PCB to CPU, called as context switch. Context switch. It has a deep meaning. Yes, memory, main memory, RAM. PCBs are there in RAM. Yes, memory, main memory, RAM. PCBs are there in RAM, operating system में. When process is switching, that middle time while switching process. PCBs are there in RAM, operating system में. When process is switching, that middle time while switching process. So process does not switch by itself. Operating system does that switching. I'll talk about that, how the PCB is created, when the PCB will be there in the main memory, etc. I'll talk about it. Natarajan, as many as processes you will have in the system, all their processes, PCB will be there in OS. How many information in your college database? As many as the students are there. If 100 students are there, 100 students database OS college will maintain. What CPU does only calculation? Yes, CPU does only operation. Why we are using registers? Natarajan, for that you need to understand COA. CPU, when performs some operation, needs to store some value within the CPU. Hence, registers are needed. Sumaya, whenever a new process is there, operating system makes a PCB. It's like whenever a new admission is there in a college, college people will make a record for that student. Similarly, whenever a new process comes into the system, operating system will make it. GPR needed, of course, general purpose registers needed for sure. For sure, it is needed. Who will bring all informations from CPU to main memory? OS. OS will do this switching. Switching will take nanosecond. What is a background process, Puru? You just search on online, you will understand. The background process which you cannot see it. Yesterday, I have shown you one task bar, right? Task manager. In that, you could see lots of processes in the task manager. I have opened only two processes which are visible in front of me right now. I am only having only one process running in front of me. That is the foreground process, which I can see that something is there. But there are so many processes running in the background, which you don't know about. Those are background processes. When PCB is created, how it is created, I'll tell you. Wait. You tell me, is there any doubt in this context switching? I told you at the very first day you will not learn how to add two polynomials. सार्थक प्रोसेस होती है, प्रोसेस के अंदर स्टैक होता है, कैसी बात कर रहे हो यार? बैकग्राउंड प्रोसेसेस वो हैं जो यूजर को दिखती नहीं है. Right now I'm using my computer system. I am interacting with my Google Chrome and I can see that only Google Chrome is running and it is visible to me. Foreground process. Background process is that process which I don't know if it is running or not. I did not even start it. It's going on just because of some kind of background work. Like right now. In my mobile phone, no any app is running. I haven't opened any kind of app. So no any foreground process, fine. But there are some background processes running for notification check, for some kind of update check, some kind of thing. Yes, those are background processes. Whatever the doubts you guys are having, keep all those doubts in your mind. Archit, this is not the function call. In COA, you have learned only function call. PC and status register will be stored only in the function call. This is not a function call. The process will change. We have learned only function call. PC and status register will be stored only in the function call. This is not a function call. The process will change. When the process will change, entire all the registers will be there. Now look at this. This will be done one after another. First of all these register will be saved in the PCB of P1, and after that OS will load this one after another, and that happens one by one. First of all, context save to main memory in the PCB, then next context load of next process in the CPU, and that is completely context switch. Who does this? Operating system. What is the context switch? You all understood what is the context switch. Fine. Now few more things we need to understand. This PCB is inside the operating system control. And here are the processes. Processes means these four part. stack, heap, data section, code section. Remember now, AR is address register. Memory is RAM. Yes, memory in entire course, memory will be RAM. Main memory RAM, primary memory RAM only I will be concerned about. Okay, now the next question, very simple thing which you can now answer. While running a process, while running semicolon, a process can access its PCB from main memory, true or false? Why not? Why not? Why a process cannot access its PCB? Of course, operating system will not give the control of the process to the process itself. OS will try to control the process by itself. OS will control, right? Protection is needed. Okay, this question. A process in the context of computing is a set of instruction to be executed on computer, a program in execution, a piece of hardware, a main procedure of program in execution. Come back here. So when you see a process as data structure, what you see? A process has a definition, instructions. A process has an implementation, that how the process is stored in main memory. Then we have some operations on the process, like operating system can run the process, can suspend the process, resume the process. Operating system can block or make it waiting, and multiple other things. Then we have attributes of process in the PCB, process descriptor or process control block. Fine. Presentation, 4 part. Different part of process is stored in 4 different sections. This is your definition, program. Remaining 3 are runtime activities. So local variable, global variable, dynamic memory allocation, all these will make a process a process. Apart from these 3, this is just a program. Cool. Now look at this. All these things we have covered. You understood what is a context. Now you covered context to switch. Okay. Now we'll try to understand, when you say there is a process in the system, that process can be in multiple states. We'll try to understand, when you say there is a process in the system, covered context to switch. Okay. Now we'll try to understand, when you say there is a process in the system, that process can be in multiple states. Yes, Guru, it is. Static means it will be once allocated, after that it will not change. So at different time, a process can be in different states. based on its current activity. What process is doing, based on that, it can have a different state. Like you are in a state of preparation. After 6 months, you will be in the state of going for college admission. After 3 months or 4 months of that, you will be having a state doing MTech or pursuing MTech in IISc Bangalore or IIT Bombay or IIT Kanpur or IIT Hyderabad or IIT Madras somewhere. Then after 2 years, you will be having your state changed to working in this particular company as a software engineer. Maybe after 1 year, person will be having the same kind of state, come back again, preparing for GATE again, just because that fellow will be in the final year. So different states here also. This is a state transition diagram. You need to remember this. नींद में भी याद रहना चाहिए. Look at this. First of all, any installed application you have in your computer system or in your mobile phone. You have lots of installed applications, right? Lots of applications are there. So many. You can see all those applications are called in the new state. All the installed applications are in new state. All the installed programs, processes are there in new state. Called in the new state. You have lots of installed applications, right? Lots of applications are there. So many. You can see all those applications are called in the new state. All the installed applications are in new state. All the installed programs, processes are there in new state. Fine. As soon as look at this. First of all, any installed application you have in your computer system or in your mobile phone are called in the new system. As soon as you tap on a particular app, what happens? Let's say I have tapped on an app, a particular app. This is an alarm. Okay, मेरे alarm दिख जाएंगे तुमको. I get up at 6. Okay, so what happens when you tap on a particular app? When you double click on an app, or let's say you are having a particular IDE running, in that IDE you try to run a particular program. Do that, right? C language, Java language, Python, some kind of program you have started running, right? So when you start running a program, what happens? That program becomes a process, and that process will be admitted, called as admitted. Admitted means program, what happens? That program becomes a process, and that process will be admitted. Called as admitted. Admitted means yes, that program or that process will come into main memory. That process will come into admitted. Admitted means yes, that program or that process will come. into main memory. That process will come into main memory. So right now, all the installed applications are there in your hard disk or in your secondary memory, in the phone or in your computer system. All the installed applications are there in the secondary memory. As soon as you try to run it, it will be admitted and it will come in main memory. So having this transition from new to ready state means that particular process is actually admitted and that process comes into main memory. This is the time when a process's PCB will be created in operating system area. Into main memory. This is the time when a process's PCB will be created in operating system area. So whenever a process is admitted, OS will do what? OS first will create a process as this type of 4 sections. OS will check out that process ka 4 section will be created in the main memory, and after that operating system will create the PCB for that process. So whenever you will tap on an application, operating system will admit a process, means that process will come from secondary memory, hard disk, wherever you have installed it, from there to RAM main memory, and in the main memory that process will be stored here in these 4 sections. From there to RAM main memory, and in the main memory that process will be stored here in these 4 sections. So let's say you have opened an application, any application, whichever application you have opened, operating system will provide 4 sections to that. Okay, process, you store in main memory in these 4 sections, here to here stack, here to here heap, here to here data, here to here this. And after that, operating system will make its PCB content and will store it inside, so that that process will be, I can say, admitted. Now that process arrives, whichever application you have opened, operating system will provide 4 sections to that. In these 4 sections. So let's say you have opened an application, any application, whichever application you have opened, operating system will provide 4 sections to that. Okay, process, you store in main memory in these 4 sections, here to here stack, here to here heap, here to here data, here to here this. And after that, okay, process, there to RAM main memory, and in the main memory that process will be stored here. So whenever you will tap on an application, operating system will admit a process, means that process will come from secondary memory, hard disk, wherever you have installed it, from there to RAM main memory, and in the main memory that process will be stored here. In these 4 sections. So let's say you have RAM application, operating system will admit a process, means that process will come from secondary memory, hard disk, wherever you have installed it, from there to RAM main memory, and in the main memory that process will be stored here. In these 4 sections. So let's say you have opened an application, any application, whichever application you have opened, operating system will provide 4 sections to that. Okay. Okay. Process you store in main memory in these 4 sections, here to here stack, here to here heap, here to here data, here to here this. And after that, operating system will make its PCB content and will store it inside, so that that process will be its PCB content and will store it inside, so that that process will be, I can say, admitted. Now that process arrives, this is the time we can say the process arrives in the system for execution. Now this is just the arrival of the process. Right now process is not started running, process has not started running on CPU. We are talking about a multi-programming system. We are talking about a multi-programming system. And in multi-programming system, for sure, we will be having so many other processes also in the main memory. Among those, only one can run on CPU at a time. In multi-programming system, for sure, we will be having so many other processes also in the main memory. Are talking about a multi-programming system. And in multi-programming system, for sure, we will be having so many other processes also in the main memory. Among those, only one can run on CPU at a time. Okay, now if already suppose there is a process running, other processes which are not running, those will be in the ready state. So process running, among those only one can run on CPU at a time. Okay, now if already suppose there is a process running, among those only one can run on CPU at a time. Okay, now if already suppose there is a process running, other processes which are not running, those will be in the ready state. So the state of the process has changed from new to ready, means process is ready to run. Okay. Now, if already suppose there is a process running, other processes which are not running, those will be in the ready state. So the state of the process has changed from new to ready. Means process is ready to run. Whenever operating system will say, okay, it's your turn to run, I will run. So all those processes which are ready to run on CPU, those will be having their state as ready state. Those are ready. No any waiting, nothing. As soon as they get their chance, they will go directly to CPU and run. But who will decide which process will run? OS. OS will decide, OS will schedule that process, and that process will have a transition. So whenever OS schedules a process for running, no any waiting, nothing. As soon as they get their chance, they will go directly to CPU and run. But who will decide which process will run? OS. OS will decide, OS will schedule that process, and that process will have a transition. So whenever OS schedules a process for running, that process will have, of course, a switch, context save. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था मैंने, right? And that process will start running in CPU. So if any process is running in CPU, it will have a transition from ready to running, and the current state of the process will be running state. CPU. So if any process is running in CPU, it will have a transition from ready to running, and the current state of the process will be running state. Process for running, that process will decide, OS will schedule that process, and that process will have a transition. So whenever OS schedules a process for running, that process will have, of course, a switch, context save. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था मैंने, right? And that process will start running in CPU. So if any process is running in CPU, it will have a transition from ready to running, and the current state of the process will be running state. Now, a running process can leave the CPU in three ways. You can see the transition 1, 2, 3. Suppose there is a process running, can leave the ready to running, and the current state of the process will be running state. Now, a running process can leave the CPU in three ways. You can see the transition 1, 2, 3. Suppose there is a process running and its work is done. Process completed. When the process completed, the process will take transition exit and it will have the state terminated. रविश आई विल कम, रुको तो सही, बताने तो दो. Running state to terminating. Understood? Let's say I have started a process of copying a file from one place to another place. File is being copied. When the file copy is done, that process will automatically terminate it. Fine. Now, suppose there is a running process, and while running, the process needs to use some IO device. Then that process will go to have a transition this to waiting state. The process will be in the waiting state means the process is waiting for IO or using the IO. The process will be in the waiting state means the process to have a transition this to waiting state. The process will be in the waiting state means the process is waiting for IO or using the IO. Fine. So if any process needs any IO operation, then that process will take a transition from running to waiting. When its IO operation or event is completed, will take a transition from running to waiting. When its IO operation or event is completed, then that process will take a transition to ready state. Its IO operation or event is completed, then that process will take a transition to ready state. But only when its IO operation will be done. It cannot directly go to running, okay? It will go to ready. From there, operating system will schedule which particular process should go for running state among all the ready state processes. I'll take an example. Wait for this one, specifically for this one. You might have installed lots of applications on your PC. In Windows. So when you double click on the installer, that exe file, what happens? One window comes, a small window, the process execution starts. Suppose that installation started, after that you will be having a window. And in window, you will be asked, do you accept all the terms and conditions? Agree, disagree. If you do not do anything, will that process go ahead or not? Then that state is blocked state. That process got blocked because that process is waiting for an event. What is the event? Event is you will click on agree and you will click on next. When you will click on next or agree and go next, after that only that process will go to ready and then running state. Otherwise, process is blocked. It is waiting for an IO or an event. When the IO event done, then we'll go ahead. Fine. Now look at this. Rakshit, multiple IO until those all the IO will be completed, the process will not go to ready state. Now the thing is, I have missed a small part here. Rakshit, one by one. Who does the context switch? I told operating system, but in operating system, we have a small program called as dispatcher. So if multiple processes are there in the ready state, among those processes, which particular process will be scheduled next to run on CPU, that will be done by scheduler. Scheduler will just decide that, okay, process P3 will go next. Then dispatcher will run. Dispatcher will have the context switch so that the P3 process can run. So scheduler does only the process will be scheduled next to run on CPU. That will be done by scheduler. Scheduler will just decide that, okay, process P3 will go next. Then dispatcher will run. Dispatcher will have the context switch. So that the P3 process can run. process P3 will go next, then dispatcher will run, dispatcher will have the context switch so that the P3 process can run. So scheduler does only the selection that which process will run next, dispatcher will do the context switch. That's why I have written here scheduler and dispatcher. Both will work one after another, hence a ready process can go into running. Harshit, मैंने कहा part of OS only it is. So there is a small program which is part of OS only. So it is OS only. Of course, scheduler is also part of OS. Everything which is doing some kind of system thing, it's part of OS only. Scheduler is just selecting which process should run next. Dispatcher is doing the context switch. Now, if suppose there is a running process, that running process can take 3 transitions out of running state: exit, waiting, preemption. This I did not tell you. If suppose a running process is not completing, so it will not take this transition. If a running process does not need any IO operation, it will not take this transition. But suppose a running process should be stopped, or in the appropriate terms, I should say preempted, because of some external reason. What happens? This should be stopped, take this transition. If a running process does not need any IO operation, it will not take this transition. But suppose a running process should be stopped, or in the appropriate terms, I should say preempted. Because of some external reason, what happens? That running process will take a transition from running to ready. So if a running process is preempted in any sense, in any case, then that process will take a transition from running to ready. Okay, now if I say I want to design a non-preemptive multi-programming system, if I want to design a non-preemptive multi-programming system, then I cannot allow this transition. I cannot allow this transition. Preemption will not occur? No. Then if preemption will not occur, then what happens? Running to ready transition will not happen ever. A running process cannot be taken out of the CPU forcefully. No. Hence, I will have a diagram like this. Everything will be as it is, only this running to ready transition will not be there. Why? Just because I cannot ask any running process to come out of the CPU forcefully. Then we do have one thing noted down from here. Yesterday I have given two types of multi-programming system. One is non-preemptive, another one is preemptive. This is non-preemptive, that is preemptive. In the non-preemptive, I told a running process can leave the CPU by own wish. No any forceful thing we can do, which means there are two transitions, these running to terminated and running to waiting. These two transitions are the transitions taken by the process wish, taken by its own wish. Whichever process is running, if process is completing, it can take the transition to terminate it by itself, yes. By its own wish, yes. If a process is going towards waiting, yes. One is preemptive. No. Then we do have one thing noted down from here. Yesterday I have given two types of multi-programming system. One is non-preemptive, another one is preemptive. This is non-preemptive, that is preemptive. In the non-preemptive, I told a running multi-programming system. One is non-preemptive, another one is preemptive. This is non-preemptive, that is preemptive. In the non-preemptive, I told a running process can leave the CPU by own wish. No any forceful thing we can do, which means there are two transitions, these running to terminated and running to waiting. These two transitions are the transitions taken by the process wish, taken by its own wish. Whichever process is running, if process is completing, it can take the transition to terminate it by itself, yes. By its own wish, yes. If a process is going towards waiting, yes. Yes. These two transitions are the transition taken by the process wish. taken by its own wish. Whichever process is running, if process is completing, it can take the transition to terminate it by itself, yes. By its own wish, yes. If a process is going towards waiting, yes. So no any forceful operation can make, or no any external factor can make a running process coming out of the CPU at all. So no any forceful operation can make, or no any external factor can make a running process coming out of the CPU at all. No any forceful operation can make, or no any external factor can make a running process coming out of the CPU at all. Means I cannot allow any interrupt also? No. Due to interrupt also, I cannot ask my running process to stop as of now. Not at all. No. Why? Just because I cannot stop my running process forcefully. So the detail of each and everything I have written here. What is the new state? All the installed processes are known to be in the new state. If ready state, all processes which are waiting to run on CPU are known to be in the ready state. IO is example of preemptive. IO is never a preemptive thing, dear. Preemptive is only about CPU run. If a process is going for IO operation, it is not preempted by something else. Preemption happens from the external source. Running, a process which is running on CPU has its state as running. Terminated, a completed process had its state terminated. Blocked or waiting, all the processes which are waiting for any IO or event are called as blocked process. So blocked or waiting is same thing. Transition, when a process take what transition? New to ready, when a process is admitted by OS. In this case, what happens? Two things happen. One is resource allocation. When a process is created, it is given the resources. Resources means it is given the memory, etc., etc. And when the resource allocation happens, PCB created. Ready to run, when a process is ready to run, then that process will be scheduled to run when a process is dispatched to CPU. That will be taking a transition ready to run. Running to terminated, when process is completed. When process is completed, at that time, what happens? Resource deallocation. Means at that time, PCB will be deleted. So if any process is in new state, it will not have PCB. If a process is in terminated state, it will not have PCB. If process is in these three states, it will have PCB in OS. Just because we will say system is in, or the process is in the system. It has arrived. Yes, if it is waiting in the ready state, fine, still it has the PCB. If it is running, of course the PCB will be there. If it is in the waiting, it will be there in the PCB. The memory will be allocated, the process will be there in main memory, it will have the PCB. In these section, process will be in the main memory, yes, and the process ka PCB will be there in the operating system area. Then transition, this one, running to blocked, when a process goes for IO or event. रनिंग टू रेडी, शमशद यार आपका क्वेश्चन जो है वो वैलिड ही नहीं है. प्रीएम्प्टिव नॉन प्रीएम्प्टिव से क्या फर्क पड़ता है, प्रोसेस तो प्रोसेस है ना. एंड वी आर नॉट हैविंग द प्रोसेस एज प्रीएम्प्टिव नॉन प्रीएम्प्टिव, वी आर हैविंग अ सिस्टम एज प्रीएम्प्टिव नॉन प्रीएम्प्टिव. Running to ready, when a process is preempted, then transition will be taken this one. Blocked to ready, when a process completes IO or event, then process will take this transition. अर्चित यही बोला था मैंने. What type of IO request may come? Printer का request, hard disk request, camera request, an event request that you click on something and we can go ahead, otherwise we cannot. There are so many IO requests can come. What happens when process goes for IO? Process is waiting that IO operation will be completed. After that only I can go ahead. Click on something and we can go ahead, otherwise we cannot. There are so many IO requests can come. What happens when process goes for IO? Process is waiting that IO operation will be completed. After that only I can go ahead. When any app will go in the running, I don't even have the control over it, Archit. Operating system decides that when a particular app will run in the CPU. It will run for very short duration and it will be preempted so that other process can go and it can run for a short duration. Then other process can be running so that all the process will run. And then what happens? We will have that round robin system so that all the processes I can understand everything is running in the parallel. If two processes try to access the same device, then which one will be given? Shantanu, it depends. Two processes are accessing the same device, then it will be dependent on the device management system of OS. What list of files do in PCB? Operating system should know that if there is a particular process, let's say process name is Microsoft PowerPoint, then that particular Microsoft PowerPoint is opening which file? You open some file in Microsoft PowerPoint. So operating system should know that what are the files we have opened in the Microsoft PowerPoint. List of files opened. What if scheduler mostly selects processes which uses more IO more than CPU, then performance will degrade? Yes, Manas. We will talk about that. Sir, will process be waiting in main memory or CPU itself? Brugu, process will wait in main memory. When you say a process is going into the CPU, doesn't mean that entire code you will bring in running state. These are the just state. These are just the state. If a process is in running state, still the process ka content will be there in main memory. When process is there in running state, means its context is there in the running state in the CPU, but its instructions and other variables, everything will be there in the main memory itself. So when a process is either waiting or running or ready, the process will have its content in the main memory. I will have to have one Google form for all of your questions. How OS know to preempt or not preempt? Tejasvi, that operating system design will tell you. What if we need to block a process execution but not for IO or any event? It will still go inside waiting state. Himanshu, if we need to block a process execution, then we will preempt it and we will make it in the ready state. The process will be stopped for a certain duration. Dispatcher dispatch the PCB of process to running state. Exactly यही तो कहा मैंने. So from new to terminated state, the process is in main memory. Process is in main memory in this particular section. When process is in ready state, running state, waiting state, it is there in the main memory. If process is in the new state or terminated state, gone from main memory. Do you understand what is the meaning of resource allocation? Resource includes main memory. So main memory will be allocated when process comes in ready state, and it will be deallocated when process goes for completion. I can preempt the process, but you said that process cannot be preempted. See, I as a user will not preempt the process. Usually operating system will do that particular job. Yes, but it can be preempted if we have a preemptive system. If we do not have preemptive system, then it is not possible. रविश, आप एक बार लेक्चर वापस से देखो. आपको पुरानी चीजें याद रखनी पड़ेंगी जो हम कह चुके हैं ऑलरेडी. क्या लिखा है देखो, ये देखो. सर सिस्टम कॉल आर द वन विच आर डन बाय अस ना. अर्चित, हम भी कर सकते हैं, एप्लीकेशन प्रोग्राम भी सिस्टम कॉल कर सकती है. Why cannot represent in non-preemptive? What we cannot represent? What we cannot represent, Natarajan, in non-preemptive? What we cannot represent, Natarajan? I mean in preemptive, when the process is terminated or goes to waiting state, that is also controlled by OS. Okay, look at this everybody. These are the two transitions process can take by itself. Operating system will not do it. These are two transitions process can do by itself. Process खुद कर सकती है, running to terminated, so controlled by OS. Okay, look at this everybody. These are the two transitions process can take by itself. Operating system will not do it. These are two transitions process can do by itself. Transitions process can take by itself. Operating system will not do it. Controlled by OS. Okay, look at this everybody. These are the two transitions process can take by itself. Operating system will not do it. These are two transitions process can do by itself. Process खुद कर सकती है, running to terminated, running to block. Type of scheduler we will learn in the future classes. Preemption depends on what type of scheduling we use. G. When process is going to new to ready state, then main memory allocated. Okay, then my doubt is, then when process is in new state, then main memory allocated to process in secondary? Yes, main memory is not allocated, it is there in the secondary memory. Blocked means waiting. Yes. Swanendu, if no any external factor is needed, it is there non-preemptive. See, system can be either purely preemptive or non-preemptive. You cannot have a hybrid one. कैसे कर लोगे आप hybrid one? बताओ. How you can have a hybrid one? अर्नब जब आएगा हम बताएंगे सस्पेंड क्या होता है. बोलता हूं मैं सब पढ़ाऊंगा आप लोगों को, आप थोड़ा धैर्य रखें. I'll teach you everything, just keep little patience. After completing the process, content of PCB of process are collectively stored in secondary memory? No, it is deleted, not needed to store. क्या लिखा मैंने यहाँ पे, ये देखो, resource deallocation, PCB deletion. यार तुम लोग सुनते क्यों नहीं हो? एक बार में समझ में नहीं आता मुझे. All of them have studied OS in college and they are asking those doubts which you teach further. Yes. अर्चित, इतना जरूरी नहीं है बैच इंटरप्रेटर समझना. इट्स ओके. एक इंफॉर्मेशन थी. Who is dependent on non-preemptive? Natarajan, I'm not getting your doubts at all. I left lots of doubts in further. पता नहीं क्या क्या पूछ रहे हैं लोग, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. Please go a bit slow. It's impossible to listen as well as take notes. Abhinav, if taking notes is getting difficult, so do one thing: take the notes later on when you will revise the things. Will you choose data structure? Yes, once OS is finished. What is folk system called? Ankur, search is online. I will not teach. पढ़ लो. अरे भाई पढ़ाएंगे बबुआ, पढ़ाएंगे। आई विल टीच। अभी 2 ही क्लास हुआ है यार, 2 क्लास में सब नहीं पढ़ा सकता बबुआ। अभी रुको तो बताऊंगा। सब कुछ बताएंगे, कैसे काम करता है सब बताएंगे। Remember, these two transitions are voluntary. Voluntary means process can take by itself. Operating system will not do it. Apart from that, all other transitions operating system will do. Process cannot take by itself. If a process is in the ready state, process cannot schedule itself to running. OS will do it. If a process is there in new state, process itself cannot admit it into the ready state. OS will do it. So what are the two transitions which process can take by itself? Running to terminated and running to waiting. These are the two transitions which process can take by itself. Okay, now there is only one thing remaining for the lecture. Fine, leave it. I'll cover it in the next lecture. And few questions are there. You can solve these questions. We'll discuss those questions also in the doubt session. If your doubt is still unanswered, don't worry about that. Fourth class will be only doubt session. We will be there. We will be there to have your doubts only. Cool. So initially only some theoretical things are there. So easy questions I brought for you so that you can build some confidence over these questions. And then slowly, once you will be confident, we'll be having some tough questions. Sure. Okay, see you in the next class then. Thank you. If you want to follow the book, yesterday's class, if you haven't seen, see it. If I haven't told, Galvin is the book. Download this PDF. You will get the DPP. I have added these questions. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. Good morning.
All right. Hello, hello. Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? Give me a GM in the chat if you guys can hear us and see us. Hello, hello. Mic testing. All right. Good to go. Beautiful. Someone asking about the super team results. It'll come. I mean, me and Sheikh are going to review it on Wednesday on a live, and then we'll make them live. Cool. I think 7:59, so we can get started. Oh boy, we're about to reach the limit here. So, Mikey, if you're here, please announce the alternate link. And with that, we will kick things off. I think you guys are lucky. You guys got in early. I think this is probably the last set of people that will get in. And iske baad, there's an alternate link that will be shared in Discord. Might be good for some of you to go there as well, to the alternate link. Most probably the classes will happen on the alternate link. People here on the alternate link. Hello, hello. We will kick things off. I'm going to keep this simple, straightforward, and very actionable. This is not a teachy class. We'll keep it simple. Okay, what the structure of the cohort is going to be, you'll probably meet the instructors very soon, and including myself and the other people. I have a bunch of slides prepared, and we can do an AMA and open the floor for any questions you guys have. Are we at time here? We are at 8. Let me see if there are any problems. Please record on OBS. I will. It has started, and I think we're at limit. So, Mike, if you're here, please announce the alternate link. With that, we'll kick things off. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Bootcamp 1.0. This is a different name, same thing, slightly more syllabus, but other than that, we've done this many times. So hopefully some of you already know. For those of you who don't, this is going to be an actionable 6-month program for a very specific, well, not one very specific thing, 4 specific things. The first one, Web3. Second one, Web Dev and DevOps. Number 3, DSA. Number 4, AI. The syllabus is already out there. You've bought the cohort. I hope you guys have already seen the syllabus. I don't have to go through it again. There is generally very high drop-offs after the first class. So I just hope and urge each and every one of you to try to continue the momentum as long as you can. And this time there is some more incentive. Every 1 month, we'll do a $10,000 bounty. And there's no real restriction on are 100 people going to win $100. It might happen that 10 people win $1,000 based on how good the submissions are. And I'll talk a little bit more about the contest. With that, we'll kick things off. The very first thing is the core pillars. That is the 4 things that we're going to learn. Again, you've bought the cohort. You already know this. Some of you might have bought, a subset of the cohort. Everyone else might have bought, the full cohort, irrespective. DSA, Web Dev, DevOps, Web3, and AI are the 4 things we're going to learn throughout this cohort. There is decent incentive for you to choose 2. I would not do more than 2. If you're very beginner, I would suggest Web Dev instructors. Everyone else is type/verify over here month and time. So if such ways to do it, but if you accountability is like really hard in these courses. Generally, people feel like they've paid for a cohort. At the back of their head, they feel कि उन्होंने वो cohort कर लिया है और पढ़ा. If I knew, I would not lose here. That want to enter AI/ML space, mostly applied company, Bangalore on site. Rare to find these. Well, I mean, honestly, this was again, all of these I think are remote, but there's an office in Bangalore. They might move. All remote. Oh, sorry about that. India founder, but based out of Dubai. Companies remote. This was US remote. India founder, but remote. This guy I think was from online, so I have no idea. And these and never mind. Let's just ignore all of these. So think of these as like a good metric of the kind of snap placements that happen. So yeah, long story short, India founders, some of them based in India, some of them based out. Hyperliquid are based on top. It might have just go through the web. I think a lot of repeated questions. So I'm going to reopen. I'm actually one full stack engineer. Which combination is better for me to choose? Web Dev plus DevOps or Web3? Web Dev plus DevOps plus AI. Again, the basic question you have is Web3 versus AI, right? It's like a very common question which I have videos on. And the short answer there is just go through the first few classes and figure out what interests you and just pick one. Definitely don't pick both. Just
for applied math.
The class is a little vague. One, can we do polls? Classes no good. B. network is most probably between engagements, you can increase your price drastically. So my scale it. How would who has written the code? They will ask you for
एग्जिस्ट करता ही नहीं.
टेस्ट अच्छा लग रहा है सामने
right. I think we're good. Start recording. Let me just check how much storage I have on my machine. I think I have enough. There we go. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Interesting and mildly easy class today, primarily only for beginners. But I am hopeful that most people know the syntax of JavaScript and hence we might just do async JavaScript today as well. These are the official slides. I'm hoping we can finish everything today, even if it's a longer class. Or if it feels a little jarring, then we'll go a little slow. And what we'll do is we will finish half of this today. We'll do async JS next week, but I'm hopeful. You guys are pretty smart, and this should be doable in one class. That way we can do DOM manipulation next week, and then we get into the interesting bits the week after. So could you open these slides? Let me also share my screen here. And how many of us already know all of this? Include maybe not all of this. How many of us know up until this point? What are functions in JavaScript? Actually, the whole thing. How many of us know everything that's written on the screen? That includes callbacks, which is the more difficult bits, async, await, maybe not promises yet, but some intuition towards promises. And the architecture of JavaScript. Have you gone to this website before? Do you understand what the call stack is? What is the event loop? I'll do a poll, and based on that, we'll decide the pace of the class. Do you already know everything that's mentioned on the screen? Yes or no? Do we already know async JavaScript, the architecture of JavaScript engine? So that's a 60% no, and 50% no, 60% no. Yeah. So we'll go slow. We'll take it step by step. But still, 40% already know this, which is pretty cool. I would like to give you guys an assignment for the 40% before we start. There are some assignments in the last week, this thing class. There would be more. Let me quickly talk to Rahul and see. By assignment के link भेजना अभी जो बनाई थी. Let me share another assignment in a bit, in like the next 10 minutes. In the middle of the class for people who think this is very easy, or you can drop off and I'll put the assignment somewhere in Discord, I guess. You can try to do just the assignment. It's not, the JavaScript is not just on JavaScript. The assignment is not just on JavaScript, it's on a few more things. But if you know this much, I'm hoping you also know Express, MongoDB, Prisma, SQL. So the assignment will be on that. Everything that's mentioned over here is probably the first 3 months of the school in one class. I repeat, 3 months for a complete beginner squeezed down into one class. I think that's how it should be. I think, for this online cohort, we expect people to be, a little more actionable and not very handholdy. So a lot of practice you should do in the upcoming week. And if you're able to understand everything, that's, 3 months of a sprint, or, whatever. The tuition fee of 100x school divided by 2 in a small, single 2.5 hour class. If you can, digest all of this very quickly. For beginners, it's usually a little hard, but I think if you practice, you'll be fine. We kick things off with the basics of JavaScript. It's a JavaScript 101 class. JavaScript is the primary language in which you'll be writing most of your code. Probably 99% of your code will be JavaScript. 1% will be CSS. It'll be TypeScript. It'll not be JavaScript, but TypeScript is a very easy curve if you understand the very first language, which is JavaScript. It'll be very easy to digest if you've done coding in a different language, that is C++ or Java for, DSA. If you have not done any coding, it will be a slightly more harder class. We will kick things off. Web development. What we're learning, in this specific part of this cohort, web development or, full stack development, involves writing a lot of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code for websites for the front end. If you've heard of React, if you've heard of Next.js, if you've heard of Astro, all of these frameworks involve you writing JavaScript for the front end. We're just focusing on the front end, let's say, in this class, even though we'll do a little bit of back end also. But generally, when you're doing web development, and if you're doing it in the MERN stack, then for everything, you need to write a lot of JavaScript code. Historically, and even to today, to some extent, browsers only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's the very first, beginner intuition to make. Okay, when you open a browser, open any website on the internet, it could be as something as, complex as Google Maps or, google.com. Something as complex as a website like this, which is a search engine, or chatgpt.com. Most of the website code, at the very least, not most, almost all of the website code, the front end code, the website that you see, is 3 languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You can confirm that by going to google.com, right click. I repeat, go to google.com in your browser, right click, click on inspect. And when you click on inspect, you will see a bunch of what are called Chrome developer tools. I repeat, right click, click on inspect. Open the Chrome developer tools tab. For some of you, it will open at the bottom like this. For some of you, it will open on the right like it was open for me. You can click on the network tab over here and refresh the page, only to see a bunch of requests that go out, a bunch of files that we get from a server. The first file we see over here is a HTML file. It's a very complicated HTML file, but it on the internet, it could be as something as, complex as Google Maps or, google.com. Something as complex as a website like this, which is a search engine, or chatgpt.com. Most of the website code, at the very least, not most, almost all of the website code, the front end code, the website that you see, is 3 languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You can confirm that by going to google.com, right click. I repeat, go to google.com in your browser, right click, click on inspect. And when you click on inspect, you will see a bunch of what are called Chrome developer tools. I repeat, right click, click on inspect. open the Chrome Developer Tools tab. For some of you, it will open at the bottom like this. For some of you, it will open on the right like it was open for me. You can click on the network tab over here and refresh the page, only to see a bunch of requests that go out, a bunch of files that we get from a server. The first file we see over here is a HTML file. It's a very complicated HTML file, but it is indeed an HTML file. The second file we see over here, is a bunch of, font data. So that's probably CSS. A JavaScript file. What is WOF2? It is a font file. It's a very complicated HTML file, but it is files that we get from a server. The first file we see over here is a HTML file. It's a very complicated HTML file, but it is indeed an HTML file. The second file we see over here, is a bunch of, font data. So that's probably CSS. A JavaScript file. What is WOF2? It is a font file. This is a static, again, a lot of JavaScript, even though the syntax or the extension doesn't say .js, this is a lot of JavaScript code that is written over here. What is this one? A lot of CSS that is written over here. What is this one? A bunch of, this looks like HTML, but I would think this is HTML inside JavaScript or something else. Yeah, this is probably just some variable or probably some partial JavaScript, I would assume. No preview over here. Keep going down. There's something else. Ignore what this is. These are API calls. But most of the things that you see over here, at least initially, a bunch of 100 things happened later. But the very first request is a request to an HTML file. A lot of code is JavaScript. A lot of other requests go out, but a lot of these requests aren't, files that are coming from a server. The files that are coming from Google, when you go to google.com, are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. We understand hopefully HTML and CSS from the last class. Today, what are we learning? We're learning JavaScript. If you open google.com, what shows up over here is a combination of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and of course, a bunch of images. This, for example, is an image. This H avatar that you might see might be an image, might be something else, might be a div, with H written in the middle, or this thing that you see over here is an image. This thing that you see over here is an image, so on and so forth. Any website that you go to, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, 3 things that you need. The most complicated website you can look at today, its front end, its structure, you can recreate using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You don't need a 4th language. That's what your browser understands as well. If you write some C++ code, you can't execute it inside the browser. There are ways to do it, but 99.9% of the websites will not execute C++ code or Java code or Rust code or Golang code inside the browser. The browser will only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, 3 files. A few callouts for people who already know some languages. You might have heard of React or Next.js. They are frameworks. Your browser doesn't understand React. It understands HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Whatever code you write in React or Next.js, in the end spits out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that your browser does understand. So React isn't something that's built into any browsers. It is not part of a browser spec. If today you are creating a browser, you will not write code to understand React or Next or any new framework that comes today. You will only write code to understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and render a file. When you run on your C++ code on LeetCode, if you've gone to leetcode.com, tried a few, DSA problems, when you click on submit, the C++ code does not run inside your browser. I repeat, the C++ code is not being executed on your machine. The C++ code goes somewhere else and it executes in some other server. And if you get a TLE or a wrong answer or an accepted, this response is coming from a server. It does not run in your browser. If you turn off your internet and try to submit on LeetCode, it will not work. What does that tell you? It tells you when you submit on LeetCode, your browser isn't running some code to execute that C++. It is supposed to go somewhere. And if your internet is shut off, it can't go over there, which is why that is another thing that tells you that C++ code does not run inside the browser. If someone asks you in an interview or otherwise, what all languages does your browser understand, interpret? Your answer is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and WebAssembly. Now, this fourth thing is something more important and allowed inside browsers. A lot of languages like Rust and C compile down to WebAssembly. What is WebAssembly? Do we understand assembly? Your C++ code generally compiles down to assembly, which is what your operating system can understand, interpret, and run. WebAssembly is some code that you can write in this language and compile it down to WebAssembly. Your browser can understand this. And in some specific use cases, for example, if you are doing background removal on Google Meet, if you go to googlemeet.com and select, I want to remove my background, I want to create a fancy background behind me, the background removal process runs in a web worker, and a lot of times that code is written in other languages like Golang or C and not written in JavaScript. That background removal process is happening using WebAssembly. So there are ways to run C, C++ in some minute specific use cases. Other than that, mostly your browser only understands 3 languages. We have understood 2 of these languages. Today, we are understanding the third one. Before we proceed, we'll do one thing that brings Replit down every time. I'm hoping most of you have Node.js installed locally. If you don't, which is fine. For the people who do not follow these steps. For the people who don't, जो पहली बार code कर रहे हैं, you're coding for the first time, then please go to Replit. That's replit.com. Go to replit.com. Sign up on Replit as soon as it starts. And then we'll see what the next steps are. For everyone else, hopefully you have Node.js installed locally. If you don't, do it after the class. Today, let's do it on Replit. There is a third way to write some JavaScript and test some JavaScript. जो भी आज हम practice करने वाले हैं, the practice that we're doing today, you can do either on Replit if it opens. Seems like it is not opening for me. Or you can do on your own machine using Node.js, which is a slightly tedious process. So let's not get into that today. Or you can right click on inspect, open console, write clear over here, press enter. Write clear and then bracket open, bracket close. I repeat, clear followed by bracket open, bracket close, press enter. You can also write some JavaScript code over here and run it. Hopefully Replit starts. Actually, it isn't starting for me. It did start for me. Let me quickly create an account on replit.com. I would urge you to do the same if you want to have a smooth process, like smooth class today. And if you don't already have Node.js installed locally, if you have Node.js installed locally, you know what to do and you're, probably good to go. Oh boy. Let me try with a different email. Keeps asking me to verify. Okay. Let's try it. Actually, I have to log in and not create an account. Maybe login works. Let me try another email. Indeed worked. I have logged into Replit. I would urge you to do the same. Now comes the slightly more complicated process. Click on create app. Oh boy, these guys. Apps. Click on apps and open a folder in Cursor or in VS Code. So open your terminal or, open your file, whatever. Create a new folder here called, I'm calling it class 2 because this is the second class. How am I creating a folder? Using the terminal being fancy, but you can always open a folder over here, right click and create a new folder. And I'm going to open this class 2 folder in my Cursor. You can open it in VS Code, Cursor, NeoVim, Anti-Gravity, whatever your poison is. I've opened a fresh folder in VS Code, in Cursor. And I'm going to click over here on the plus file icon and write index.js. What did I do? I wrote index.js over here. Now this is a JavaScript file open inside VS Code, just like in the last class. We created, if you remember, an HTML file. In the last class, if you remember, we created a CSS file. Today, we are not doing HTML or CSS, we are doing JavaScript. So I've added a JavaScript file here. Now the problem is, we will write a lot of JavaScript code here. For example, this is the simplest JavaScript code that you can write, console.log. Hi there. To run it locally, you have to open the terminal and run node index.js. The problem is you need to have node installed on your machine. How did I open the terminal? You can click on file, new terminal somewhere here, or you can just press Command J or Control J. To open the terminal, press Command J or Control J, node index.js. You can either write it here or you can write the same code over here, but it's a little hard to interpret it here. So I would suggest you have the local setup ready. How do you install Node.js? Install Node.js on Mac or Windows or whatever your machine is. Go through these steps to install Node on your machine. I am going to now ask everyone if everyone's ready with this setup, and I hope you are. Hopefully, most of you are ready with this setup only. If 90% or 92% are ready with the setup, I'll just proceed with this. Otherwise, I'll wait a bit until you guys install Node.js locally. Are we ready with this setup? Yes or no? Do we have this cursor, VS Code open? And oh no, not a lot of people. So 80% are good to go. 20% go here, playground. For the 20%, go over here. Hopefully that's. There we go. For the 20%, just go to jsrun.app/play. You will see a few ads today, but I think that is fine. This is a much better version of Replit. Why? Because you don't have to sign in and it immediately works. For the 20%, go over here, write the code. For the 80%, write the code over here. This is where we'll be writing our JavaScript code and understanding the syntax of JavaScript. Before we do the following, either install Node.js locally, I have done it, or go to this website, which is runjs.app/play. I will write my code here. You should write it with me. When we want to execute our code, we will click on this play icon and it will execute our code, give us some output. Let's kick things off with some properties of JavaScript. Before we write any code, some high-level properties, questions that might be asked. Every language comes with its unique set of features. There is always a question as to should you use JavaScript or should you use C or should you use C++ or should you use Golang. Let's talk about the features of JavaScript. The first one is JavaScript is an interpreted language. अब ये बहुत random term I am throwing at you. Interpreted language, or more technically it's called just-in-time compilation or JIT language. But this means it is executed line by line at runtime by the JavaScript engine in the browser or in the server environment. This is a slightly complicated term to digest, but let's go through it again. JavaScript is an interpreted language. Now, there are two high-level types of languages: compiled languages or interpreted languages. C++, Rust, Golang are compiled languages. Python, JavaScript are high-level. There are some subtle differences between the two, but generally they are interpreted languages. What does that mean? That means when you want to run a C++ file, you first convert this file to a binary, which means a file that you and I can't read. Like, it has a bunch of zeros and ones. It ends with .exe, let's say. And then that .exe file you run. So there's a lot of checks that happen in this step of compiling your C++ code, converting your high-level C++ code that you've written into something that the browser can, or the machine or the CPU can understand. There is a compilation step. If you've ever written C++ code, you might remember that after you write your C++ code, the first thing you do is you run this g++a.cpp-o out. You run this command to convert your CPP file to a binary file. And you can write out or out.exe, whatever you want to write. And then you actually run the ./out binary. In my case, there is no a.cpp file, which is, I see this error. But if I write a C++ file, I first compile the C++ file and then I run the C++ file. In case of JavaScript, that doesn't happen, which basically means, let me open, this is a JavaScript file. Let me also create a main.cpp file. If I write some C++ code, and if I write some, whatever, JavaScript code, there is a subtle difference in how both of these languages run your code. In case of C++, सबसे पहले I will compile this code into a binary. So I will open my terminal, I will run this command, g++ main.cpp -o out. I have to probably include something here. I forgot, stdio.h, probably not enough. Which one is it, guys? How do you import C out? Where does it come from? I'm sure someone knows here. IOStream, thank you. IOStream. Here is me writing some C++ code. Here is me compiling that C++ code. This command compiled my C++ code. Here is me running that C++ code. The C++ code, when I ran, it outputted something called hi there. You might ask, Harkirat, ये आपने क्या C++ program लिखा है? You might ask, Harkirat, what is this C++ program? It is a program that when you run, it prints hi there on the screen. These are called hello world programs. The first program you should write, if you're ever learning a new language, it is a futile and useless program, and I agree. But in the end, what is a game? A game is basically when you run the game, you see a bunch of visuals, right? Now those visuals are small pixels, people walking, whatever, millimillimeter, it's some person that's shooting. In the end, it's something that's outputted on the screen. And I've created a very small, I wouldn't even call it a game, but a simple program that prints hi there on the screen. But the thing to know is, in case of C++, it took me 2 steps. In case of JavaScript, it will take me 1 step. I will simply run node index.js. And when I run this, it prints hi there and hello on the screen. Here I've written the greeting message twice, but hopefully you get the idea. One single command prints 2 things. 2 commands finally prints the one thing. Why is that? C++ is a compiled language. JavaScript is an interpreted language. What does it mean to be interpreted? It basically means that when I run node index.js is when it starts to compile the language line after line. ये code run होना शुरू हो जाता है. Empty line, empty line, empty line. This console.log hi there is compiled just in time, which means जब यहाँ पे कोड आया तब जाके इसका zeros and ones बना, तब जाके इसका छोटा binary बना. At that point, this got converted to assembly and actually ran on the compiler just in time compilation compared to the very big file compiles once and then runs once. Which one is better? Which one is worse? Why would you choose this over this? There are, pros and cons to both of them. We'll read through them very soon. The pros are, there is one less step to do before running your code. आपको 2 चीजें करने की जरूरत नहीं है. You don't have to first run command number 1. Then run command number 2. If you're quickly debugging, writing code again and again, you run a command, it runs. You run a command, it runs. Versus compiling C++ code takes, as you saw, some time. It took like 300 milliseconds, 400 milliseconds. Versus JavaScript, immediately runs. But does it? When I'm running JavaScript, it is also slowly compiling, right? It is just compiling line by line. This is compiling once and for all. So it's not necessary that its compilation step is, making you slow. It's just doing it pehle. JavaScript is doing it, one after the other. But there are some downsides of JavaScript. Upside is, as a developer, very easy to run. Downsides are, number 1, performance overhead. In case of C++, you compile your code once, and if you're running it 100 times, वो 100 times बहुत fast चलेगा. क्यों? It is already compiled. It will run really fast if I run this again and again. Is there any compilation happening when I run it? No. It is already compiled. It is simply running. Versus, if I run node index.js, every time I run it, it's first taking this JavaScript high-level language, compiling it to low-level, and running it. It is doing a lot of compilation during runtime. And hence, it will of course be slower because जो बहुत सारे checks होते हैं जो compiler करता है before it actually converts it to binary and runs it, they are happening when I run this and press enter. Versus in case of C++, compilation happens once, एक बार हो गई, बहुत time लगा. In case of Rust, compilation takes very long because it's a very strictly written language. It has thousands of checks. So sometimes it takes 2 minutes to compile a Rust program. That is one of the biggest downsides of Rust. Why? What? Okay, it takes a lot of time to compile compared to C++ Go because of how the language and the compiler is written. But the upside is when you finally run it, those checks are not rerunning. Versus in case of JavaScript, they are rerunning, which is why generally compiled languages are better. And you might have heard C++, Rust, Go are better for your backends compared to JavaScript or Python. The second thing about JavaScript is it is dynamically typed. It is dynamically typed, which basically means there is no concept of types in JavaScript. I repeat. Ab types kya hote hain, we will have to understand first. But if you look at this C++ code that is written on the screen, if you've done C++, hopefully you understand it. If you have not done C++, then this C++ code that I have written on the screen, what it says is, we don't have to understand C++, but high level, there is something written at the top, int main, ignore, this line, last line, and this. This is the crux of our code. And in this crux of my code, I am defining what's called a variable. Now, if you're going through the DSA classes, hopefully you already understand what a variable is. Something whose value changes through the program. But in this case, I am not just changing its value. I am also changing its type. This is me changing its value. 1 से 2 कर दिया. 2 से 3 कर दिया. But if I assign it to a boolean or a string, I am not just changing its value. I am changing its type from an integer to a string. That is not allowed in C++. That is allowed in JavaScript. In JavaScript, if I write the same code, it does run in JavaScript. If I write this code, variable a equal to 1, assign the value 1 to a variable. Notice I don't specify its type. I don't say it is an int, or it is a string, or it is a double, or it is a boolean. I don't specify that. I simply say variable a is 1. Now I can change it to a string, a boolean, whatever I want. This code will run. This code won't run. Let's see. Let's compare. Does the C++ code run? And does the JavaScript code run? If I run node-index.js, it does run. It prints true on the screen, which is what this should do, because a variable is assigned the value 1. It's changed to a string, changed to a boolean, and then the final value that it stores is the boolean. What is a boolean? True or false. That is what a boolean is. Something that takes only one of two values, true or false, is what a boolean is. The C++ program won't even compile. When I try to compile it, it says assigning int to an incompatible type const char 6. It's saying आप integer को एक character array में convert कर रहे हो. You are converting an integer to a character array. Not allowed. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? C++ strongly typed, JavaScript dynamically typed. Which is better? Debatable. Very highly debatable. There are benefits to both, but generally, again, this is better. You should have strict types in your code bases, and this is exactly why TypeScript was introduced. TypeScript provides you some of this, static type checks. We will come to them when we reach the TypeScript section, but JavaScript in itself is dynamically typed. Does not matter. You can change one variable type throughout the program. It will not error out. The third very core problem with JavaScript is that JavaScript is single-threaded. I repeat, JavaScript is single-threaded. Now, this is a slightly complicated term, single-threaded, and it involves, another term which is related to operating systems. High-level pay, your machine that you might have bought. For example, I have a Mac machine, and my Mac machine has, let's say, 9 CPUs. CPU number 1, CPU number 2, so on and so forth. When you buy a machine, you decide, or you pay based on the number of CPUs you're using. If you have a lot of CPUs, you pay more. If you have less CPUs, you pay less. The point of a CPU is कि एक CPU एक time पे एक ही program run कर सकता है. The point of the CPU is one CPU at a time can only run one program. What does it mean to run a program? This, when I run node-index.js, when I run, ./out, it is running on one of these CPUs. अगर ये सारे occupied होते, if I'm running thousands of things on my Mac, if all of the CPUs are occupied, then if I run this, it will not run. क्योंकि इसको CPU ही नहीं मिलेगा जाने को. That is the job of the operating system. If there are 100 applications running on a machine, for example, I have OBS, Zoom, VS Code, Postman, Brave, a lot of these applications open, let's say 100 applications. Every application gets some time on some CPUs. Zoom might be, spending 10% of the time on this CPU, 20% of the time in this CPU. There might be another one that, let's say I started to play GTA on this machine, GTA 6. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6 CPUs might just be running GTA. So it depends on the kind of program you have written. And if you really want to see कौन कितना CPU use कर रहा है, there is this utility called HTOP that I don't have on my machine, but I should add because it's a new Mac. But if you run top, it will tell you what process, for example, in my case, Zoom is using, 35% of one of the CPUs. Windows Server, which I don't know what this is, and I should probably stop it, is using 51% of one CPU. मतलब one of these CPUs का आधा is being used by this specific process. OBS, where I'm recording, is using 26% of the CPU on one of these CPUs, 26% of one of these CPUs. That changes कि कभी-कभी यहाँ पे run होगा, कभी यहाँ पे run होगा, but overall, it's running 26%. The problem with JavaScript is that it can only run on one of your CPUs because it is single-threaded. Now, what is a thread is a whole different discussion that we can get to later. But एक टर्म होती है सिंगल थ्रेडेड और मल्टी थ्रेडेड. जावास्क्रिप्ट सिंगल थ्रेडेड, रस्ट सी प्लस प्लस जावा गोलैंग मल्टी थ्रेडेड, रस्ट सी प्लस प्लस जावा गोलैंग मल्टी थ्रेडेड, जावास्क्रिप्ट पीएचपी सिंगल थ्रेडेड. दिस इज वन ऑफ द डाउन साइड्स ऑफ दीज लैंग्वेजेस कि अगर आपके पास बहुत बड़ी मशीन भी है, if I have a very big machine also, for example my Mac is a 9 CPU machine, if I run some extremely expensive CPU task on it, जैसे find the sum from 1 to 20 million or find the sum from 1 to 100 million, so unfortunately JavaScript will only be able to occupy one CPU irrespective of how big the machine is. But if I write my code in Golang, C++ or Rust and I write it the right way, I repeat, I write my code सही तरीके से in the right way, then I can actually do this 9 times faster, this arithmetic of finding the sum from 1 to very big number, let's say. I can do this arithmetic very fast compared to JavaScript if I am writing multi-threaded code in Rust, C++, Go. That is why you might want to prefer these languages over these. We'll probably do some discussion, and you should probably ask ChatGPT ke show me the difference between the single-threaded code of JavaScript and multi-threaded code of C++. Try running the JavaScript code and compare its performance to the Rust code. There is a slide that I can point you to as well called performance benchmarks that you can look at to actually compare this. I don't know if it's here. It's probably not here, but I will point you to it in a second. There you go. Here is a nice comparison between 3 languages. Node.js and Bun.js are both JavaScript, but they're different interpreters, Golang and Rust. Try to go through these slides. If you want, iski ek video hai that I can also post as an offline video, a recorded video, where you'll actually see the performance differences between these languages. So JavaScript is not the best language, long story short, for running a bunch of these things or running any backend application. It shouldn't be your first choice. A lot of times it is your first choice because it's just very easy to write JavaScript code compared to other languages. Lastly, there is another concept of garbage collection, which is related to something called memory management. High level, as you see over here, I am writing a bunch of these variables. Abhi maine ek A variable banaya hai. I might write 20 variables and 100 variables, 1000 variables, 10,000 variables. All of these variables are taking up some space on my random access memory, the RAM of my machine. From time to time, these need to be cleared from the RAM. अगर इस A variable की ज़रूरत नहीं है beyond a point, during the execution of the program, if the A variable is not needed, it should be removed from the RAM so that the RAM becomes empty for other programs. That is done through different ways on different languages. In case of JavaScript, it's done through a garbage collector, and garbage collectors are generally slow. There are many ways to do memory management. There is 1000 variables, 10,000 variables. Over here, I am writing a bunch of these variables. Abhi maine ek A variable banaya hai. I might write 20 variables and 100 variables, 1000 variables, 10,000 variables. All of these variables are taking up some space on my random access memory, the RAM of my machine. From time to time, these need to be cleared from the RAM. अगर इस A variable की ज़रूरत नहीं है beyond a point, during the execution of the program, if the A variable is not needed, it should be removed from the RAM so that the RAM becomes empty for other programs. That is done through different ways on different languages. In case of JavaScript, it's done through a garbage collector, and garbage collectors are generally slow. There are many ways to do memory management. There is one way called using the garbage collector, which is what Java and JavaScript do. There is a manual way, which is you usually do in C and C++. And there's a very specific Rust way that, again, we can get to when we reach Rust and Solana. But this is again one of the downsides, I would say. The garbage collector does make JavaScript and Java slow compared to Rust, which, does not have a garbage collector, and compared to C++, which also doesn't have a garbage collector. But here, a lot of the onus of memory management is on you. Here, the onus of memory management is on the Rust compiler. I've said a lot of things here. For example, memory management, but memory management basically means आपके RAM में कौन से variables को अभी होना चाहिए, कौन से variables को अभी नहीं होना चाहिए. What variables should exist on your RAM right now? What variables can be cleared from the RAM and removed from the RAM? That is what memory management is. And where in memory should you read data from? Where in the RAM should you write data to? That's what memory management is. And specifically, clearing the memory, JavaScript uses the garbage collector. Garbage collectors are generally slow. Conclusion: is JavaScript a good language? Yes and no. It is a beginner-friendly language. It has a lot of performance overhead. Compilation नहीं है, just-in-time compilation है, interpreted language है. It is generally slow based on how the runtimes are written right now, how Node.js is written right now. It has a garbage collector that makes it slow. It doesn't have type checking. Bun is trying to solve a lot of this. This is the slide aged well. Last year I said Bun is trying to solve all of this. I was very bullish on them also, and they got acquired by Anthropic for $250 million. One company that tried to make JavaScript better by making it faster. TypeScript is a very heavily used language in Bun, but TypeScript ka credit goes to Microsoft. Microsoft created TypeScript, but Bun created a faster compiler for JavaScript, faster runtime for JavaScript. And there were a lot of efforts, at least until last year, to make a better JavaScript runtime. What is a JavaScript runtime? We will come to. But generally, if you have the choice and if you're building the most optimal trading algorithm, you will not write it in JavaScript. You will write it in C, C++, Rust, or Zig, or Go maybe. All right, these were the properties of JavaScript. Conclusion was it is not the best language maybe. Why is it still used? Because unfortunately, most software today is written in either JavaScript or PHP. Unfortunately, these are the two popular languages. These are easy to understand. Most software is written by early developers, easy to hire. Java, JavaScript, Go, Java, JavaScript, maybe Go, and then PHP are the primary languages in which most software is written, which is why you learn these languages. All right, we kick things off with the syntax of JavaScript. Syntax का मतलब क्या होता है? What do you write and what does it achieve? Hopefully, you've done this in the DSA classes. What code do I write to achieve something? अंत में, what do I want to do? Using JavaScript, I want to make a website like ChatGPT. Using JavaScript, I want to make a website like Run.js. Using JavaScript, I want to make a website like Golang. उसके लिए you will have to write some code. The code that you write, उसके building blocks are known as the syntax of a language. I repeat, this is known as the syntax of a language. The first thing that every language has, not just JavaScript, is this concept of variables. The name itself is giving away what a variable would be. Variables are used to store data. If you are making something like google.com, you are going to write a search query here. You will search for, how tall is Harkirat? That thing, that string is called a variable because it is changing. I can type anything random over here. Whatever I write is stored in a variable. These are what variables are. एक website को बनाने के लिए you create many variables. The way to create a variable is using 3 different syntaxes in JavaScript. The first is the simplest and the oldest one. Variable something equal to something. For example, यहाँ पे हमने क्या लिखा था थोड़ी देर पहले? What did we write? Variable a equal to 1. And then I changed the type of this variable and the value of this variable to something else, something else. How do you do it in C++? This is how you define a variable in C++. Notice you actually give it a type in C++. You write int a equal to 1. In case of JavaScript, you don't give it a type. You simply write either variable a equal to 1 or let a equal to 1 or const a equal to 1. These are the 3 ways you can write a variable in JavaScript. What is the difference between the 3? Variable is what was originally supported up until, let's say 2013, 2014. Uske baad there were 2 new types or 2 new ways to create variables, let and const, which are generally the ways you use today. In any code base that you look at, you will rarely, if at all, ever see this syntax. It is the older way. It is not used anymore. There are a bunch of downsides in it. It's a very popular question. Okay, should you use where? Should you use let? Should you use const? What is the difference between the three? Answer is you should use let and const. If there is a variable that is going to change through the life cycle of the project, then you write let variable name equal to something. If there is a variable जिसकी value आपको पता है change नहीं होगी, whose value is not going to change through the program, so something like this, it should be defined as a constant or a const. अगर कोई variable है जिसकी value change नहीं होगी, then it should be defined as a const. If there is a variable whose value is going to change, it should be defined as a let. You should almost never use variables or where. First assignment, create a variable for each of the following: your favorite color, your height in centimeters, and whether you like a pizza or not. Use appropriate variable declarations, let, where, or const. Try to log these variables using console.log. So what are the three things you have to write? Number one, your favorite color. What is my favorite color? It is black indeed. So what will I write? Let color equal to black. What is the second thing? My height. Height in centimeter is 176, I think, or 182. Height in centimeter. What is the second thing? My height in centimeter is 176, I think, or 182, one of these two, whatever 5'10" translates to. I'm not very tall, unfortunately. And whether you like pizza. So, let like pizza equal to true, I would say. I do like a pizza. If the answer is you don't like a pizza, you can write false. Now, the second thing over here should not be a string, should be a number. Height can never be a string. You can always store a number in a string. You can always store a boolean in a string. But should you do that? And, why should I not do this? मैं हर चीज को ही string बना देता हूं. I will make everything a string. Why should I make this a number and this a boolean? The answer is in our class from Solana this year. Sorry, this last week. What did we discuss last week in Solana? We discussed charger. Oh. Assignment. There we go. The assignment is here. I will send it to myself on where. Okay, give me a second here. Let me quickly get the assignment for everyone. The assignment is coming. Also, let me answer this question. The answer is, okay, this only takes 1 bit to store. This only takes 32 bits to store the height variable. If you're writing a number, versus strings can be really long. And their size is variable in memory. That's the reason why you should give the right types. With that, give me a second here. Let me send the assignment for all the advanced people so they can just do the assignment. I will open WhatsApp. Hopefully everything is off screen. I will open WhatsApp. I will copy basic JS assignment course selling API. तो difficult वाले लोगों के लिए हम यही करेंगे. I found the difficult assignment. Let me, there we go. Reopen Zoom here, share my screen. And for all the advanced people, for the 40%, here is a pretty solid assignment for you. The goal should be to code it without AI. I repeat, don't use AI to code it. Time bound yourself to 2.5 to 3 hours. Then there are tests that I can share on Discord. Run those tests and see how many that you got. All right. Defining the variable. Have I pasted the thing? I have. This is the assignment. Slightly more advanced assignment. All right. These are called variables in JavaScript. Concept exists everywhere, not just in JavaScript. It exists in C++, Golang, every other language. Data types. There are 4 common data types that you would use. Numbers, strings, booleans. Actually, these are 3. And then there are more complicated types that maybe you've learned in DSA already that include arrays and objects. We will get into arrays and objects later. But abhi hopefully we understand there are 3 types: numbers, strings, and booleans, in which you will store your variables. For complete beginners might feel, what is the point of learning all of this? This is just going over my head. The answer is, देखो, any code base you open, you are going to write and create a bunch of these variables. This is a very common statement in most programs. Why they become useful? Why do you need a variable? If you have done DSA, you already know. If you have not done DSA, then you have to bear with me for a little before we write some code, and then you'll understand the importance of variables. Data types, 3 types of data types. There is one more complex type called arrays, but we will get to arrays in a bit. Before that, we'll move to operators. There are many operators. The simpler ones are the arithmetic operators in any language. They exist, they look the same in every language. You can add two variables, you can subtract them, multiply them, divide them. There is the is equal to operator that is used in if statements. Once we reach if else statements, we'll understand it. There are logical operators like this. For example, a double AND would be, अगर ये और ये दोनों true हैं, then it will resolve to true. If either one of them is false, it will resolve to false. If both of them are false, it will resolve to false. And then there is this concept of functions. पहले मैं यहाँ तक एक बार पोल कर लेता हूँ कि ये एकदम simple है ना. I'm hoping all of you have done this in the warm-up classes. I suddenly realized all of this was already shared. So very simple. Are we good to go? Yes. It's like table stakes. Very simple. All right. 95% understand. Great number. Operators stuck. Hopefully, as we write code, you'll understand it more. But functions become the first slightly more complicated part if you have not done them before. Functions are used to group logic together. I repeat, अगर आपका कोई लॉजिक है, मान लो कुछ अरिथमेटिक है, कुछ ये ट्रिपल इक्वल टू है, some and statements are there, and you are rewriting them 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 times, it makes sense to create a function to encapsulate that logic. ये हम थोड़ा कोड के साथ समझेंगे. Let's understand this with a little bit of code. Functions are very important because unless you understand functions, you will not understand functional callbacks, which are very important. So let's say I was writing some code to find the sum from 1 to 100. I repeat, what is the code that will find the sum from 1 to 100? This could be the first assignment for you, for everyone. We cannot share that assignment because we have not learned for loops yet. Let's say I ask you to write the code to say hello to a variable. Hello name, variable first name equal to Harkirat. This is me defining a variable first name. This we already understand. We understood, variable instantiation. How do you create a variable? We said we should not use where, you should use let or const. So let me use let. And then let's say I tell you कि यार इस बंदे को hello बोलो, and then say namaste to the same guy, and then say, Sat Shri Akal, or something like, I don't know, something like this. You give them a bunch of greetings, including, very nice Sikh greeting over here. What if you have to do this for multiple people? Abhi, what would this code print on the screen? Can you guess? If I run this, what do you think it will print on the screen? It will print hello Harkirat, namaste Harkirat, and the Sikh greeting for Harkirat. But what if I want to do this for another person? So I will create a new variable called first name 1 called Raman. And then I will write the greetings for Raman also 3 times. Okay. If I run this now, 3 greetings for Harkirat, 3 greetings for, this needs to be first name 1 for the second person, not the first person. If I run this again, 3 greetings for Harkirat, 3 greetings for Raman. Now you have to do it for a third person also. This is where things get a little ugly to look at. Let's say the next person's name is, Kirat. You will change the variable name. You will create a new variable. You will log this greeting for the third person. If I run this, I see 3 greetings for the first, second, and third. The problem is my code became really long, and I am violating a rule of computer science here called don't repeat yourself. There is a general rule framework in computer science called the dry rule or don't repeat yourself rule, which states कि same code बार बार मत लिखो, don't repeat the code. Am I repeating the code? Yes, I am. Mota mota, these 3 lines of code are very similar to these 3 lines of code, which is why it makes sense to put them inside a function. It makes sense to put them inside a function. What is a function? A function has a name. Let's say my function name is going to be greet. It accepts some arguments. It accepts some arguments. For example, the name of the person, name of person, and it is supposed to run some logic inside these curly braces. Function क्या होता है? It is a code block that is used to run some repetitive task inside an abstraction. एक repetitive task था जो मैंने 3 बार लिखा था. I will run that repetitive task once inside that function. Sorry, I will write that repetitive task once inside a function. Notice, जैसे ही मैंने curly brackets खोले, as soon as I opened the curly brackets in class, as soon as I open the curly brackets, उसके बाद का कोड मैंने थोड़ा स्पेस के बाद लिखा. After this, the code is not at the leftmost, it is slightly to the right. This is called indentation in languages, computer science, JavaScript. This is called indentation. Whenever you create a function, whatever you write inside, to make it easy to read, you put it a little to the right. I can totally write it like this, it would still work, but this is a little more readable. Okay, the function logic is these 3 lines of code, and this exists outside the function logic. If I call this function greet with the first person, first name, and then I call the function, what is this? Calling the function. इस function को मैंने ऊपर define किया, and now I am calling this function 3 times. I am calling this function 3 times, once for the first person, once for the second person, once for the third person. This function accepts an argument. It runs some logic on that argument. It runs some logic on that argument. And generally functions also return a value. For example, in this C++ file, this main is also a function. Notice it looks very similar to this. I write function greet and 1 argument here. It says int main and no argument here. I repeat, this is also a function in C++. This is a function in JavaScript. A function has a name. This function's name is greet. This function's name is main. A function accepts one of many arguments. You can accept many arguments here. I've only had 1 argument. A function does something on those arguments. In this case, logs that argument 3 times with some greeting. And a function can return a value. A function can return a value. For example, let's say I return 66 from here. Even in C++, this is the return type of this function. Okay, what does this function return? Something like this. We will come to the return value soon enough when we write some more functions. Abhi ke liye मैंने क्या कर दिया? I made my code more readable. I made my code more digestible by writing a function and encapsulating the repeated logic in here. जो logic repeat हो रहा है, वो logic मैंने यहाँ डाल दिया. If I run this, the output is still the same, but the code is much more readable. If a new developer comes, he can read. अच्छा, greet function was called for this variable, so 3 बार log हुआ. Greet was called, greet was called. It's very easy for a new developer to read this compared to जो हमने पहले लिखा था, which was all 3 of the lines, 9 lines of code together, versus this is well encapsulated, especially if the number of calls increase. If you have 100 such calls or 1,000 such calls, then writing 3 lines of code is much better than writing just 1 line of code. That is why you create functions in JavaScript or any language. That's how you create a function in C++. That's how you create a function in JavaScript. There are 2 assignments here. You should probably go through them after the class and finish them. The next thing is conditionals. Now, what if I ask you to write a function that prints is legal if the argument that is passed, which is the age of a person, function is legal, that is supposed to log either you are allowed to vote or you are not allowed to vote, based on if this person is greater than 18 years of age. For example, if I call is legal with the age of 66, then it should print something like you are allowed to vote. But if I ask you to write a function, or if I call this function with an age of 2, then it should print something like you are not allowed to vote. How do you write this code? We know how to create variables. We know how to create functions. We know how to call functions. We don't yet know conditionals. What are conditionals? Based on a condition, do different things. Create variables. We know how to create functions. We know how to call functions. We don't yet know conditionals. What are conditionals? Based on a condition, do different things. If age is greater than equal to 18, do something. If age is less than 18, do something else. That is the way that is achieved is by writing what are called conditionals. Okay, if age is greater than equal to 18, then run some code, else run some different code. Notice जैसे ही brackets खुले एक और line आगे आ गया मैं. I well inundated my code. Do you have to do it? You don't have to inundate your code, but it is a good idea to always inundate your code. You are allowed to vote, and if you are below the age of 18, then you are, wait for it, not allowed to vote. If I want, I could have also written this code like this, but this is so hard to read compared to this. This is much more easier to read. Yeah, this is a function, this is a conditional, this is what happens inside the conditional, this is what happens inside the else conditional. These are called conditionals. They exist in C++, they exist in every language, they exist in JavaScript. There is also else if statements. You probably already know what they are. Generally not needed anywhere, so I'm not going to cover them, but they're very simple. Feel free to Google them. A function is legal, now prints you are allowed to vote if you're above the age of 18, and then not allowed to vote if you're below. So what do you think this program will print on the screen? Let's do an exercise. What will this program print on the screen? When you run this program, सबसे पहले the control reaches this line of code. When I say control reaches this line of code, I mean this line of code begins to execute. What does this line of code do? It defines a function. It understands कि यार ये एक function बन गया है. It does not call the function. जब ये program run होगा, immediately the control will not reach this if statement. In fact, if I delete these two, the control will never reach this statement. The program will start running. It will register कि ये एक function है. It will skip this function, move to line number 8, nothing is happening. Line number 9, nothing is happening. The program will exit. If I run this, then what happens? Literally nothing happens, because the program is just defining a function, not calling it. It is when I call this function with some arguments, in this case one argument, in this case one argument, because it only accepts one argument, then सबसे पहले control reaches here, then the control reaches here, then the control goes inside the function. जब ये function call होता है, तो ये जो control है उस function के अंदर चला जाता है. It feels very weird. It feels like programs are supposed to go from top to bottom. Programs were supposed to run from top to bottom. But that doesn't happen in any language. There are breaks like these that happen. If you do a function call, तो ये control यहाँ आया, function register हुआ, control यहाँ आया, function got called, and hence control reached here. Is the first person 66 greater than 18? Yes. So this got logged. And then the function exited. It did not reach the else statement. It will either reach this line of code or run this line of code, or it will run this line of code. It will not run both of them. If age is greater than equal to 18, which is indeed true, it prints this. If age is less than 18, that is true for the second one. The control will reach here. If will fail. The if statement will say, yeah, age is not greater than equal to 18. Control will reach here. So what do you expect it to print? You are allowed to vote. You are not allowed to vote. And that is exactly what you print. That is what are conditionals. Here are some assignments. You should practice them after the class. The last thing is loops. Then I'll do a poll to make sure सबको समझ आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है. Again, if you've done coding before, very simple. If you have not done coding before, you've probably done this in DSA by now. If you have not done this in DSA also, then a lot of times you have to write the same logic again and again. That is why you used functions. थोड़ी देर पहले हमने functions discuss किए थे. What did we say? Functions are used when you want to encapsulate some logic that needs to run again and again. But there was a problem there. The problem was, if you remember, the code that I wrote, or let's say it is this. This is the code that I wrote. Now let's say you want to check कि यार ये program लिख तो दिया है. Does it work? So I want to check this for all ages from 1 to 100. I repeat, I want to call this function for all ages from 1 to 100 just to make sure सही चल रहा है कि नहीं. So what will I do? I will first call it for age 1, then call it for age 2, then call it for age 3, then call it for age 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A lot of ages. The problem is, this is still a lot of code to read. बहुत सारी lines of code लिखती हैं. जब हमें पता ही है कि we just want to call this again and again with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 ऐसे करके. When we know this is what we want to do, shouldn't there be an easier way? And indeed, there is an easier way. The easier way is writing for loops. For loops let you loop over a certain logic, usually based on a variable. They let you loop over certain logic. इस for loop के अंदर जो लिखा है आप उसको बार बार कॉल कर सकते हो. You can call that again and again if you have written some logic inside a for loop. This specific for loop says कि यार for let I equal to 0, मतलब एक नया वेरिएबल डिफाइन करा मैंने I whose value is 0. I less than 5, जब तक I की वैल्यू less than 5 है, until the value of I is less than 5, run this code. So I gets initialized to 0. Is 0 less than 5? It is. It logs this. इसके बाद it moves to this third section of the for loop. I repeat, it runs the first section of the for loop. It checks this condition. Is this condition true? It initializes I to 0. It checks is I less than 5. Indeed it is. It runs this logic, prints 0 on the screen. Then it moves to this section. It increases the value of I. What does I plus plus do? It increases the value of I by 1. And then it again goes to this conditional. Is 1 less than 5? Indeed it is. Logs 1 to the screen. Then it again goes here, increases the value of I. I becomes 2. Then it again checks, is 2 less than 5? It is. It prints this, so on and so forth. So, सबसे पहले it goes over here. Then it checks the conditional. Then it runs the logic. Then it runs this. Then it checks the condition. Then it runs the logic. Then it goes here. Then it checks the condition. Then it runs the logic. Until I becomes 5. जैसे ही I 5 बन जाएगा, उसके बाद is 5 less than 5? No. 5 is not less than 5. 5 is equal to 5. And hence, the for loop will break. The for loop will break, matlab control will go outside this for loop. So this specific for loop, if I remove all of this code and paste it here, will print all numbers from 0 to 4. If I run this, it prints 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Only one line of code, 3 lines of code, prints everything from 0 to 4. In fact, if I make this a very big number, let's say 50, and if I run this again, prints every number from 0 to 49. I is less than 50. If I make it I is less than equal to 50, then it will print every number from 0 to 50 in just 3 lines of code. What was the other way to do it without for loops? You would have had to write console.log1, console.log2, 3, 4, 5, 6. बहुत सारा code लिखना पड़ता है. उससे much better is to write a for loop. Coming back to the original question, should I call is legal 100 times, one after the other? Or should I put this inside a for loop? Should I write, here I know I want to write this logic for a variable I starting with the age of 1. I is less than equal to 100 up until 100. And I want to increase this number by 1 in every iteration. Every time the for loop runs, it is called an iteration. I want to run this once every iteration. Should I write it after a tab or should I write it shuru mein? I should write it after a tab. Whenever curly braces start, you should write the code after a tab. This is called indentation. In every iteration of this, I want to call is legal with that specific I. In the first iteration, I want to call it with 1. In the second iteration, I want to call it with 2. In the third iteration, I want to call it with 3. So on and so forth. So if I run this code, what do you think it will print? it will print you are not allowed to vote 18 times for age 1 to 18 or 1 to 17, actually 17 times. And then it will print you are allowed to vote for the rest, whatever, 82 times, I think, or 83 times. If I run this, सबसे पहले it says you are not allowed to vote for a few ages. Then it says you are allowed to vote. That is for loops for you. What does for loop let you do? Lets you loop over logic. What was that logic? It was this function in which we were passing what argument? We were passing an age argument. That is what for loops let you do. Most of these things, including data types, operators, functions, if else, and loops, not most, all of these exist in every language. The syntax in every language is different. The way to write a for loop in Golang is different from the way to write a for loop in Rust, is different from the way to write for loop in JavaScript. JavaScript का syntax ये है, but these concepts repeat in every language. Every language's code base that you look at, you will find functions, you will find conditionals, you will find loops. There is also another loop called while loop, which is an assignment for you to understand घर जाके. It's very simple, rarely used, not used very often, but you should understand this घर जाके yourself. You should also do the assignment after the class. I will do a poll now. Do you understand the basic types of JavaScript and functions, variables, conditional statements, and loops? Do we understand this? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, we will move on to some more complex types. 98% is great. We will move on to more complex types in JavaScript. Again, these concepts exist in every language, including objects and arrays. There are two things we are learning in this slide: objects and arrays. Both of these exist in every language. They are called different things in different languages. In Rust, objects are called hash maps. In Java, objects are called hash maps. Generally, there is a generic. They are called different things in different languages. In Rust, objects are called hash maps. In Java, objects are called hash maps. Generally, there is a generic term for them called key value stores. I repeat, there is a term called key value stores. They are called objects in JavaScript. They are called hash maps in Java and Rust. The second thing we have to learn is arrays, and arrays are called arrays in every language, exist in every language. Objects. An object in JavaScript is a collection of key value pairs. It is a collection of key value pairs where each key is a string and each value can be any JavaScript data type like strings, numbers, or it can be another object. Let's understand this with an example. Let's say I want to store multiple things about Harkirat somewhere. You might have someone who signs up on your website. When they sign up, they give you email, password, let's say date of birth, or your email, password, age, let's say. They give you these three things. How will you store this in variables? कि अच्छा यार, where user1 name equal to Harkirat. Or username 1 equal to Harkirat. Password for user number 1 equal to 1, 2, 3 random. Age for user number 1, let's say 22 hypothetically. And then there is another user 2. User 2's name is Ramanjeet. Password is Raman is cool. Age is 35. I have defined two sets of variables: user 1 name, user 1 password, user 1 age. User 2 name, user 2 password, user 2 age. This is totally fine. This works. Now let's say I tell you कि यार एक function लिखो that prints if that specific user is allowed to vote or not. So let's say Harkirat is younger. Write a function that will take a user's name and age as an argument. So 2 arguments. It will print if that person is allowed to vote or not. So the function will look something like this. what have I done? I have defined a new function called isLegal. It takes two variables, name of the person, age of the person as inputs. It checks if age is greater than or equal to 18. It prints that person's name. So that variable is allowed to vote. It is different from writing this. If I write this, then it will always print name is allowed to vote. I want to print the name of the person and not the literal name. So I will write name, the variable is allowed to vote, name is not allowed to vote. And I will call this function twice, once with the user 1, second time with the user 2. If I run this, it works as expected. But again, something feels a little ugly. Harkit is not allowed to vote, Ramanjit is allowed to vote. The ugly thing over here is if this person had 20 properties like name, age, date of birth, address, city, country, whatever you might want to store, then that's a lot of lines you are using for the same variable. For the same person, you are defining 10 different variables. Same बंदे के लिए आपने अभी 3 variables define कर रखे हैं. For the same person, you have defined 3 variables. For person number 2, you have defined 3 variables. Wouldn't it be nice अगर मैं को एक ही वेरिएबल में ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाती? Wouldn't it be nice if I can write something like this, where user1 variable, user1 is not a string, not a number, it is an object, or where मिल जाती है. Wouldn't it be nice अगर मैं को एक ही वेरिएबल में ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाती? Wouldn't it be nice if I can write something like this, where user1 variable, user1 is not a string, not a number, it is an object or a hash map or a key value pair. What if I could write something like this? क्या user1 का name है हरकीरत, user1's age is whatever 17, and user1's whatever the third thing, which was password, is whatever, something like this. Now, which one of these seems easily readable? Fairly debatable, but if you have 100 variables, this becomes much more readable. Writing a combined variable is better than writing 3 different variables. That's user1 for you, and similarly you can define user2. Something like this. What did I have to pass to the isLegal variable function? Sorry, I had to pass the name of the first user. Now I don't have a name1 variable, but I have a user1 variable जिसके name key value is Harkirat. This is a key, this is a value, hence it is called a key value store, a collection of key value pairs. This is called a key value pair, and this is a collection of a lot of key values, and hence what was the definition? An object is a collection of key value pairs. This is one key value pair, this is the second key value pair, इनकी collection को एक object बुलाया जाता है. The question is, how do I extract the user's name from this complex object? And the answer is, you write the name of the object, user1. अब user1 तो object है, user1 is not a string. This function expects name to be a string. User1 dot name will actually extract the user's name and pass it as the first argument. User1 dot age will actually extract the user's name and passes it as the second argument. The same is true for user2. So I will pass user2 dot name over here and user2 dot age over here. Hopefully that makes sense. What have I done? I've done the same thing, but now I'm used objects instead of simple primitive variables. If I run this, it still prints the same thing, but now the code looks different. It has objects. इससे पहले we were not using objects. You can also change the argument type to be an object. You can also say, यार मुझे दो अलग अलग argument नहीं लेने हैं. I just want to take the user as an input, and I will print the user's name over here. I will print that specific user's name over here. I will print or check with that specific user's age over here. I can change the function signature. इसको function signature बुलाया जाता है. Name of the function and the arguments that it expects and the value that it returns. I can change the function signature. इसको function signature बुलाया जाता है. Name of the function and the arguments that it expects and the value that it returns. I can change it to accept a user object as an input. And rather than passing, two different arguments, extracting the name and age here, I can simply pass user1. I can simply pass user2. User1 and user2 have been passed. If you run this code, you will see prints Harkirat is not allowed to vote, Ramanjit is allowed to vote. This is a different way to write the same thing. Why? Because you were able to encapsulate things together. That is what an object is. This is called the key. This is called the value. Harkirat's age is user.age. Or in this case, you should write user.names age is user.age. 3 assignments. You should do it in your time. One big caution I would give. Objects can get very complex, by which I mean you can also have something like this. User1 name, age, password, and their address ka type can also be an object. Something like this. Key to always string hogi, but the the value, password हम use नहीं कर रहे थे, but the value can be anything including another object. So you can have a very complex object that looks something like this, city, whatever the city the user has a house in, and country, so on and so forth, and more data about them, metadata, which could be another object. I don't know, the things that he likes or likes, preferences. He likes, if this is a dating app, then likes girls, and so on and so forth. So the single object ka value can be strings, can be numbers, can be another object. It is not necessary that values will be simple primitives. It could be more complex objects like this. In this case, how will I print Harkirat's city? I will print it by writing user1 console.log user1 dot user1 dot address dot city, something like this. Is how I would print the user city. Dot metadata dot likes would print girls on the screen, something like this, or woman. I think is a better term. Arrays is the next thing we have to learn. Do we understand objects well? Do we understand objects well? Let's do a yes or a no. %95%. So slowly dwindling down. For anyone who's waiting for async.js, I don't think it's happening today. It's already past 1 hour. The only other thing we will learn today would be, how do you know that slide? You know what, we'll probably finish here, and we'll probably do some assignments. We'll do Q&A, we'll call it. I don't think we're going to learn the rest of this today. We'll probably learn this in the next class. Yeah, we'll probably learn everything from, synchronous, asynchronous code. So if you're waiting for all of this, I would say, I don't think you'll have the attention for 3 hours to continue through all of this. So feel free to, call it if you were waiting for all of this. For everyone else, let's do some practice and ensure we totally understand complex types well. 92% is decentish. There are some assignments to do. You should do those assignments. We'll practice this a little bit more after this. There will also be a bunch of offline videos on some object and array functions. Probably, tomorrow or day after. Let's get into the last thing for today. The last thing for today, arrays in JavaScript exist in every language, not just, specific to JavaScript. Arrays let you group data together. Arrays let you group data together. Abhi main kya kar raha tha? This is a more complex object. We'll take this example later. But, I was doing something like this. Where users equal to, मेरी dating app में users कौन से हैं? There is Harkirat, there is Raman, there is, whatever, Kirat. There are 3 users in my website right now. This is one way to write that. This is another way to write that. User1 equal to Harkirat. User2 equal to Raman. User3 equal to Kirat. I can define 3 different variables. I can define 3 different variables and store कि यार user 1 का नाम ये है, user 2 का नाम ये है, user 3 का नाम ये है. Or I can define a single variable called users, which is an array. It is an array of strings. मतलब ये same data मैं इस तरीके से भी store कर सकता हूँ. The same data I can store like this. The question is, to log user number 2, I know how to log it using normal variables. User 2. That is how you log this user ka name. If we are using an array, if we are saying that this users array is much better than writing user 1, user 2, user 3, and this is a more elegant way to write multiple things together. This is a more elegant way to group data together. How do I print ye user? Raman 2. If I print users, then it will print the complete array to the screen. I don't want to print the complete array. I just want to print this guy right here. How do I print it? I open square braces and I write कि कौन से index का user मुझे print करना है. Do I want to print the user at the 0th index? Computer science standard question or standard thing that you should know. This is known as the 0th index and not the 1th index. This is the first index. This is the second index. So if I want to print Raman, I will write users of 1 and not users of 2 because this is 0. This is 1. Generally in computer science, this is true for arrays. The first index is called the 0th index. So if I print this, it prints Raman on the screen. So if I want to, print all the users, what would I do? I would do users of 0G, users of 1 and users of 2. Is there a better way though? If I want to print all 3 of these users in my array, this is one way. It works. But what if there are 5 users? What if you have more signups on your website and you have another user and then you have a 5th user? Should you log this again 2 times? User 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or is there a better way? Do we remember for loops? Whenever you're dealing with arrays, very high probability you're going to deal with for loops right after. In this case, this code will print all my users on the screen. Great. Let's say whatever reason, you have a dating app where you want to see all the users. Unfortunately, it's a sausage fest. All our guys. You will use this function to print all the users on the screen. But a better way would be to write a for loop. Notice amongst all of these, what is the one thing that changes? It is this index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yahi change ho raha hai. Rest of it looks exactly the same. So what if I write the following code? For I equal to 0, or let I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus, console.log users of I. This would print users of 0 and then in the second iterations users of 1, users of 2, 3, 4. It will not print users of 5, which is a good thing because there is no users of 5. This is users of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 0 based indexing. Matlab 5th index has nothing. 4th index has this, 3rd has this, 2nd has this, 1st has this, 0th has this. This 5 lines of code and this 1 line of code would do the same thing. So if I comment all of this and rerun the code, it still prints these 5 things. If I uncomment this and comment the for loop, it still prints the 5 things. Which one is better? Of course, the for loop is better than the other one. That's how you create arrays. That's how you print 5 things, iterate over an array. This is creating an array. This is iterating over an array. Arrays can also be very complex. You can have an array of strings. You can have an array of numbers. You can have an array of booleans. And let's say you want to, create something similar to जो इससे हमने पहले बनाया था कि यार where users equal to हरकीरत, Raman, where ages in दोनों users की is going to be 22 and 31, let's say, something like this. And where passwords for these 3 users is going to be 1, 2, 3 random, and then for this guy is I love Raman, something like this. So what if we had a database or an array of 100 users This seems like an okay way to store their name, ages, and passwords. But if you remember, थोड़ी देर पहले we learnt about objects. We said that you can group data for the same user together. You can write where user1 equal to, whatever. Name, Harkirat, age, something, password, something. तो हम थोड़ी देर पहले तो कह रहे थे कि यार अलग वेरिएबल को इकट्ठा कर दो, मेक द वेरिएबल टुगेदर. नाउ वी आर सेइंग यार इफ यू वांट टू यूज अरेज, लेट्स क्रिएट 3 डिफरेंट अरेज. What if we could combine arrays and objects together? थोड़ी देर पहले I said objects can be very complex. Objects can have objects as a value, which can have objects as a value, and arrays can also get very complex. You can also have, you can have an array of strings, you can have an array of numbers, you can have an array of strings, or you can have an array of objects as well. You can have an array of objects that looks something like this. कि यार users का जो पहली value है, that is an object, not a string. So the first index of this array has a name, Harkirat, has an age, whatever, and then has a password, which is, again, whatever. And the second user of mine has again age, name, password. So age is whatever, name is Raman, so on and so forth. That way, I now have an array of objects. Everything is combined together. I have an array of object number 1, object number 2. This is called array of objects. How do I print the first user's name? First user का name कैसे print करूँगा? We remember users of 0 will give you the first value of the array. So what will users.0 have? Will it have a string? No, it will have an object. So if I write let x equal to users of 0, that is the same as writing let x equal to this. So x variable जो है users of 0 contains this full object. If I want to print that user's name, I will have to use users of 0 dot name. That is how you print the first user's name. So if you remember the original question, function is legal, will take a user object as an input and do something like this. If user.age is greater than or equal to 18, you will write console.log user.name. This user is allowed to vote, else you will write this user is not allowed to vote. I have written a function, it takes an object as an input, and now I will call this function twice is legal for the very first user, that's users of 0, for the second user, that's users of 1. I have called this function for this pehle and then this. If I run this, it prints Harkirat is allowed to vote, Raman is not allowed to vote. Ideally, you can have, more than one users. That's the first user, second user, third user. Ideally, you should not do this. You should put this inside a for loop for variable I equal to 0, I less than 3, I plus plus is legal of I. That is how you should ideally write the code that defines an array of objects and calls the isLegal function on every individual object one by one inside a for loop. What have I done? Defined an array of objects, called a for loop to iterate over each and every object one after the other. Iterate over these three objects and call the isLegal function on the first object, second object, third object. The function, of course, takes this object as an input, does its logic, and based on the logic prints this on the screen. If I change the age of the third person to be 6, then the log of the third person also changes to Kirat is not allowed to vote. So our function does work as expected. Our its logic and isLegal function on the first object, second object, third object. The function, of course, takes this object as an input, does its logic, and based on the logic prints this on the screen. If I change the age of the third person to be 6, then the log of the third person also changes to Kirat is not allowed to vote. So our function does work as expected. Our JavaScript file is working as expected. I'm calling the isLegal function one after the other inside a for loop, which is is like slightly more complex logic because we have an array of objects, and this can keep on getting more and more complex. For example, a single user can have multiple addresses. In case of Flipkart, you don't store one address, you have multiple addresses. So the addresses over here also becomes an array of objects. My first address is in city, Chandigarh, and whatever. Building number 60, and pin code 60, and pin code whatever, 13456. And my second address, let's say, is in Delhi, and my second address building number is 60, and pin code is whatever. So now I have an array of objects, and this object has a key which is an array of objects. I have an array of objects and every individual elements. नीचे के दोनों में मैंने भी डाला नहीं है, but I can also add addresses here. Here this user, let's say, for now has no addresses, so it's an empty array. This user also for now has no addresses, so it's an empty array. Only Harkirat has 2 addresses. And finally, if you look at the final variable that we're creating, this variable is an object which has a key called addresses, which is an array of objects. So an array of objects which has an array of objects inside it. If I want to print Harkirat's first address, what would I write over here? I would say, यार console.log the users array का जो 0th element है उसकी जो addresses की है उसका जो 0th element है dot city. This will print Chandigarh on the screen. Users object का जो users array का जो पहला object है, users arrays first objects dot addresses first object dot city would print this Chandigarh on the screen. You can similarly have arrays of objects or objects which have arrays of objects of arrays of objects. The indentation does not end. Here are a few questions. There will be more assignments that we will post this week. For the indentation does not end. Here are a few questions. There will be more assignments that we will post this week for practicing a bunch of this. But here is a simple example. Create a function that takes an array of objects as an input and returns the users whose age is greater than 18 and male. Beautiful. That's a great question. Let me solve this one for you and then we'll call it. Create a function that takes an array of objects as input. Okay. Let me define a function called isLegal. It takes an array of objects as input. So let me write ARR here or users here and returns the users whose age is greater than 18. So I will have an array const users equal to array of objects, name Harkirat, age 22, name Raman, age 23, name Kirat, age 12. What does it say? Create a function that takes an array of objects as an input. That is exactly what we have done. This is an array of objects जिसमें name और age दोनों हैं. I have written this function. Let me call this function. I've written the function, I've called the function. I am yet to write the logic of the function. What should the function do? Returns the users whose age is greater than 18. Here comes the concept of returning from a function. अभी तक हम फंक्शन में सिर्फ लॉग कर रहे थे. We were only logging inside a function, but the function can also return. The way to return from a function looks something like this. सबसे पहले लॉजिक लिखेंगे हम. What is the logic? It should return an array of objects of only the users जिनकी एज 18 से greater है. So it should basically return an array that looks like this. It only has the first two elements, not the third element. The third element is not legal. So what would you do? You would write the logic over here to create a new array from this individual array and return that. आपको एक नया array बनाना है. Let array, or let's give it a better name. Let legal users equal to empty array. Iterate over the original users array. Notice I have written I is less than users.length. Users.length returns you इस array की length कितनी है. In case of this array, it will return you 3, which is exactly what we should store over here. You should not hard code this number. This number should be dynamic based on the length of the array. In this case, the length of the array is 3, and hence I have written users.length over here. I want to check if users of I dot age is greater than equal to 18, then this person is a legal user. Then I will put this user in the final legal users array. लीगल यूजर्स एरे में वो ही पुश करूंगा. पुश मतलब क्या है? ऐड करूंगा, अपेंड करूंगा उस एरे में. इनिशियली द एरे इज एम्प्टी. आई विल ओनली अपेंड द यूजर्स whose age is greater than equal to 18. So notice I did not put an else check here. I only put an if check. If it is greater than equal to 18, legal users array में डाल दो. Finally function से legal users को return कर दो. This is called returning from a function, जो अभी तक हमने नहीं पढ़ा था. If you remember, we said C++ में this function returns an integer. Every function has what it is supposed to return. In our case, abhi tak the functions we wrote did not return anything. This function that we had written, because the assignment said create a function that takes an array of objects as an input and return the users whose age is greater than 18 and are male. एक और condition है, मैंने अभी डाली नहीं है. Let's make it a simpler problem. But ideally you should have a third field here called gender, male, female, binary, others. And then only the people who are male, you should return them in this legal users array, let's say, or the people who are female, or something else, whatever the logic you want to write. So I have returned something from here. What does it mean? It basically means कि जब आपने function call किया, इसमें से कुछ value बन के आ रही है. Something is being returned, and hence you can get whatever is being returned from this function in a different variable. इस फंक्शन ने बहुत कुछ मेहनत करी. दिस फंक्शन वर्कड रियली हार्ड टू फिगर आउट समथिंग, टू फिगर आउट ऑल द यूजर्स दैट आर लीगल इन एज टू वोट. इट रिटर्न दोज यूजर्स सो दैट योर फाइनल कोड लुक्स सो क्लीन. लीगल अलाउड यूजर्स. योर फाइनल कोड, इफ आई मेक दिस फंक्शन एन इनकैप्सुलेशन, अगर मैं इसको बंद कर दूं तो कोड लुक्स सो क्लीन. यार लीगल अलाउड यूजर्स आर दीज console.log legal allowed users, something like this. What has this done? It prints the legal your final code, if I make this function an encapsulation, अगर मैं इसको बंद कर दूं, तो code looks so clean. यार, legal allowed users are these, console.log, legal allowed users, something like this. What has this done? It prints the legally allowed users to vote through a function call inside which I've written a lot of logic and also returned this legal users array. When this function gets called, legal users gets initialized to an empty array. We iterate over all the users. We find the users whose age is greater than or equal to 18. We push only those users here, and then we return those users. We get that value here. We log it on the screen. So what do you expect to be logged on the screen? You expect only the users जिनकी age 18 से बड़ी है. We don't see the third user. If I add a fourth user who's 40 years of age, you will see them here. If you add a fifth user that's 1 year of age, you will not see them here. So on and so forth. That's the first assignment for you. You will receive 20, 30 such assignments this week. Please try to do them yourself. And understand the concept of functions, loops, arrays, objects of arrays, arrays of objects. And most of these questions will be somewhere in this direction of slightly more complicated. Poll time. Do we understand objects, arrays? You need a lot of practice if this is the first time you're doing it, but generally, do we understand objects and arrays? 95% is beautiful. You will receive a bunch of practice questions. Should do them. Next week, we're going to understand what is synchronous code. How is it different from asynchronous code? What are IO and CPU heavy tasks? What are functional arguments? What is asynchronous code? What are callbacks? And the architecture of JavaScript specifically for asynchronous code and not synchronous code. That is going to be next week. The week after that is going to be promises. Next week is going to be async.js. Uske baad it is going to be promises. Uske baad we will start DOM and DOM manipulation. So the next 2 weeks are going to be, next week is going to be all of this. The next week after that is going to be promises. The next week after that is going to be DOM manipulation. That calls it for the video. I'm going to open it up for any questions that you might have. If you don't have any questions, please do. Please do the assignments this week, and then you might have some questions. All right, we look at the questions here. All right. Please explain how to write a function definition in the argument of another function. That will come when we reach functional arguments. Functional arguments. For example, this is how you write. Was the question? Please explain how to write a function definition in the argument of another function. I'm assuming you mean how do you pass a function inside a function, and this is how you do it. This is how I have defined a function, and this is how I pass that sum function to another function called do operation that takes that function as an input and calls that function. We will discuss this next week, but this assignment covers it. I'm sure there's a warming up video where you'll find it. The JavaScript event loop again comes next week. That's going to be the last slide for next week. Or if you want, we'll do a poll. I'll do a poll. If you guys want it to be offline, then I'm sure there's a video that I can find where I've covered all of this. I can just post that video for you to watch, and then we can move on to promises next week. I'll do a poll. Based on that, we will decide. Yeah, I'm happy to do a recorded lecture. So, there is probably a recording lecture covering these slides that I'm happy to share. So let me do a poll. If everyone says recorded is good, then I will cover all of this in a recorded session. There is no backlog. If you join the cohort today, it's just one class. So finish it up quick and then, do your thing. All right. List of all the Notion assignments with direct links. Yes, it will all be up on projects.100xdeps.com soon enough. A cohort for a bootcamp 1.0 section ban jayega where you'll find all the assignments. I'm trying my best to get it by next week. Along with links on app.100xdeps.com. That will make it very easy. No advice yet for the 15th Feb hackathon. Go to the Solana classes. That's what I'll say. Some cryptography things like these. I'm doing project for my company in which I want some network data router based on something. And volunteer binary to get basic network data, implement WebSocket collection, Rust to stream data to my backend. There might be a lot of resources for it. I don't have any video on this on YouTube, but I do have a video on this one in Super 30. There is a video in Super 30 where we've covered how to do WebSockets in Rust, which seems like exactly what you need. So somehow ask Mikey to give you access to that specific video. how do you enter super team? Super devs is coming next month. We're announcing it, I think, end of Feb-ish. That's the easiest way to get into super devs. Sorry, super team. And this time, was it'll be called something else, but basically the super devs, hack or whatever cohort, call it, we did last time. Is coming again as the Solana Bootcamp. I think we'll see what to name it. But if you get into that, then it should be easy to get into super team. Basically, the top people from there should get into super team easily. All right. I think that's all the questions. Simple enough class. Hopefully, very simple stuff for most people. I would suggest you practice a lot. Prash will share the assignments. Please do the assignments. And because the next 2 weeks are basically really hard. Once Express starts, things are easy. But I know this because 3 cohorts and then school, we've seen this many times. The most confusing bit is coming, which is asynchronous JavaScript and promises. So if you're not up to speed up until this point, that will become really hard. Promises. Times the most confusing bit is coming, which is asynchronous JavaScript and promises. So if you're not up to speed up until this point, that will become really hard. So try to tests for assignment, course assignment will be posted by Mikey. Mikey ask Rahul. Rahul give you the tests, post them on Discord, so you guys can try and let me know how many points you got. I can tell you the Super 30 scores, like somewhere in Discord only. How much I think the highest was 65 or something. Same guy wins every time. Siddhant. This time he got 65. If you got 65 or above, that's really good. If you got 30 or above, that's not bad. If you got 10 or if you got less than 30, basically not great. All right, we call it here. Thank you, everyone. We see you tomorrow in the blockchain class. We'll understand private keys and creating our first wallet, web-based wallet, fairly simple stuff. Hopefully, should be a simple class tomorrow as well. A lot of what we've done today is a prerequisite for tomorrow. So I hope you have some JavaScript basics done before you join tomorrow's class. With that, I will end it. See you guys tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Bye-bye.
Sorry.